was on target.
I wonder what was going through his mind. The captain going out, his side in dire straits, 93 for 6. And the first option that came to his mind was to try and hit a 6. And swinging across the ball and being bowled all over the place.
Well, I can't help you with that with that part, Jack. I don't understand, what happened a while ago there with Nino Henry, because a straight ball, never turn anything, no big danger or anything, I think he should have come forward and just played it, back along the track just to feel one in the bat, just to get himself and his eyes in. But he saw it different. And so he's back in the pavilion with us.
93 for 7. First it was Dravid Richardson for North, Cameron Pennyfeather, who came in at 3, North as well, Demari Bento 18, Bartlett Henry 4, Jermaine Otto North, Alzari Joseph, he's unbeaten on 22, coming in at number 7. And Nino Henry bowled first ball by Karima Gore for no score. And new batsman Ishmael Peters will look to survive the hat-trick ball. There are a cluster of players around the bat. There's a short leg in place. There's a silly point, a slip, and a man at short cover. Those are the fielders who are close in. And the mid-on is not far out as well. So a lot of pressure on Ishmael Peters. He can bat. He has had some runs. Coming in at number 9. Here is the hat-trick ball. And he survives it. He hits it along the ground firmly. Back towards the bowler. And the score kept on 93 for 7.
Yes, another good delivery there from Karim Gore, just probing.
Ishmael Peters allowing that ball to go outside the line of the option. Perhaps that was the arm ball because the hands were raised with the anxiety of the ball being close to that off stump. Certainly suggested that, the fielders, but he exercised good judgment and survived to the end of the over. Successful over after lunch, the first one since the break, and it has brought about the demise of 2 batters for Caribbean Motor Works, New Winthrop's Lions. First, Tyrone Williams for 46, and then the captain, who played a really irresponsible stroke, tried to hit the ball over the top. He was bowled first ball for North. That's Nino Henry. And so the slide has continued for the Lions.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph, going pretty nicely. It's just for him now to continue going. And, he needs some support as well. So we look on and see what's happening.
Rakeem Cornwall, continuing from where he left off before the break. Javier Spencer has been the most successful bowler, 3 for 31 from 7. Elroy Francis has 1 for 8 from 4. And Karima Gore, captain of PIC Liberta Blackhawks, 2 wickets. And this is Alzari Joseph, very, very circumspect as he watches the ball very, very closely and just taps it into the offside, knowing that he has to be there until the end of the innings. And he's swinging at his ball, hits it over the top. It has gone for 6. So Alzari Joseph has deposited that again beyond the rope, beyond the fence on that far side, and has gone away for another 6. He hit one before the break. And this was tossed up by the bowler, Rakeem Cornwall. And he played it beautifully away for 6 as the 100 beckons, 99 for 7.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzari Joseph, and himself and Rakeem Cornwall would have been playing for a very long time, so they would have known each other, and they know what to expect from each other. On this occasion, Alzari Joseph got the upper hand of Rakeem Cornwall, and knowing the person Rakeem Cornwall is, he'll be coming back.
Yes, he's going to mix it
for
up.
Revenge.
Yes, he's going to mix it up because he has that variety. He has been able to deceive batters with his pace on, pace off, and also with that straight delivery as well.
Right.
So Alzari Joseph will be mindful. He has been going at quite a clip, 28 from 30, second 6, both off Cornwall, 3 4s. And Alzari Joseph exercising discipline here. Just playing the ball on merit, not trying to overdo. Again, quite circumspect in his play. Alzari Joseph, the West Indies fast bowler, but in the opinion of many, can be classified as an all-rounder because he has done the work of an all-rounder, the test level for the West Indies. He made 86 in a test match against New Zealand. I think that's his highest. And so he has that ability to bat. And at this level, he can be considered a specialist batsman.
I think so. This level, is not as high as, it really supposed to be. So on this level, we would call him a batsman.
Yes.
Because he's capable enough, and he has demonstrated that he can bat. And he's showing that he can bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what about his batting as well is the fact that he has virtually all the strokes. He has a good defense. And once he puts his mind to batting, he has that concentration level. And we've seen that during the course of this innings with the ability to weather the storm, the ability to be watchful, to play balls on their merit. And so it has been a very good batting performance so far by Alzari Joseph.
Yes, he just needs some support here from Ishmael.
And Ishmael showing good defense work, not only covering the ball, but bat and pad quite close together. Although they are three close fielders, he hasn't shown any sort of nervousness, any sort of apprehension at all. And this time aggression being attempt. I thought that ball was a little bit closer than perhaps that shot necessitated.
Exactly, and that's why he missed it, because it was too close for that particular shot. And he would have had some experience at the regional first class level as well.
Yes, he's playing in much more approved fashion on this occasion. He was with the combined campuses and colleges for a while.
Few games, yes.
So that experience he will look to bring to bear on this game. Ishmael Peters plays a flowing flick off the legs into the forward square leg position. Perhaps there was a thought of a second, but they allowed discretion to prevail because the fielder was onto the ball. And they can ill afford a second run out. Jermaine Otto was tragically run out in the pre-lunch session. And really, with 7 down, you don't want the 8th wicket to go down via the run-out route.
What Ishmael should be doing now is to try and give Alzari as much strike as possible. So whenever he gets on strike, he should be looking to turn over the strike.
Alzari's hit this massively in the air, and it has gone away for 6. So he really put bat to ball on that occasion. It was up from Kareem Agor, and Alzari Joseph launched himself into that off drive, hit it high over the top of long off, and he went away for his 3rd 6 of his innings. He's on to 34, and the 100 has come up in spectacular fashion. 106 now. In fact, the 100 has already come up with that single. 106 now for 7.
Yes, Alzari seems to be dealing with it in 6s.
Yes, and it shows the confidence as well, because he was there before lunch, and the pitch was not playing the way it is now, and with the spinners on, you're not going to see the preparation moisture coming to the fore as if the faster bowlers were in operation. And as we've been saying, he's at home against pace and spin. He has an array of strokes. He has the technique, and he has been bringing that to the party here. And from the Winthrop's Lions perspective, this is very, very good. And the hope is that he will continue for much of the afternoon. And once he gets the support from Ishmael Peters, who has looked quite good so far, doesn't look to be in any degree of trouble at all, and applying the right technique. Just one moment of indiscretion where he tried to cut one too close to him, and he has done what you have advised him to do, Anthony Martin, the former West Indies leg spinner. He's off strike.
Well, that's the aim. You know, that's what he should be doing now. You know, your team is way behind the 8 ball now, so you just need to push it around and give Alzarri Joseph, who's batting pretty, nicely, just give him the strike and let him dictate the play. He's an international player, just allow him to dictate the play from here on.
Yes, hit Rakeem Cornwall for 2 sixes already. 2 of the 3 sixes he has managed to strike. But the defensive frame of mind that we have seen along with those aggressive moments has continued with this first delivery. And that was a good ball from Rakeem Cornwall. Had a little bit more pace on it, but Alzarri Joseph was watchful. Oh, this is beautifully played. Wonderful stroke. And it has gone through the straightish mid-wicket position for 4 runs. A ball which was given flight. And Alzarri Joseph said, well, I can undrive as well. And he undrove that beautifully. Sped along the ground and in the vicinity of straight mid-wicket for 4.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzarri Joseph to the mid-wicket region, and he's playing very well, I must say. And it's for the other guys who are remaining to, watch and learn.
Alzarri Joseph now on to 38 from as many deliveries. And the over ends, productive one for the Lions, because Alzarri Joseph has managed to hit another boundary. Boundaries before lunch were certainly at a premium, but especially in the first hour and a half or so. And since lunch, we have seen a lot of activity. We have seen the demise of 2 batters, and we've also seen a flurry of runs from the bat of Alzarri Joseph.
Yeah, and with Kareem Agor, he may have had 2 wickets, but he's pretty expensive. If you look on his stats, 4 overs for 20 odd runs, that he's pretty expensive. So it's for, as I say, Peters to just stay there with Alzarri, because Alzarri doing a very good job to consolidate and get some more runs on the board. And
Peters gets off strike right away, going for an extra cover drive. They get the timing into it. It didn't quite leave the bat as he would have liked, and was able to get a single and bring Alzarri Joseph back on strike. So he's been doing what the doctor has ordered so far.
Well, that's the job. That's his job at the moment. Just turn it over. Every time he gets the strike, he should just turn it over.
112 for 7. Kareem Agor. Alzarri is hitting this powerfully off the back foot, but well fielded by Elroy Francis Jr., covering ground away to his left at that cover position.
Yes, and those are the sort of things that makes bowlers, want to bowl. Those good feelings, let the bowler feel well.
And you know about that feeling, of course. And Alzarri Joseph, again, batting with increasing confidence here. As a bowler, you would have benefited from a lot of fielding efforts by your players. And it motivates a bowler.
Yes, always, good feeling. Sometimes you bowl a bad ball, and because of the good feeling, the batsman end up and got no run.
Yes. Because sometimes the batter comes under pressure, not scoring. Alzarri Joseph looking to hit that one a lot straighter, and perhaps just trying to hit it a little bit too hard, and got it away towards the forward square leg position. The fielder having some ground to cover, but they could only get 1 for that.
Yes, with that particular delivery, Jack, he took a bit of pace off. So he thought it was the same pace as the previous delivery. So that's what, that's what got him there, got the better of him.
Yes. And the variation is so critical for a spinner. They'll get a couple of runs here. That's what Peters was looking for, but he's happy for that because the over comes to an end. It means Alzarri will be on strike, It's 115 for 7. Caribbean Motorworks, New Winthrop's Lions put into bat in this ABC Two-Day Final here at the Liberta Cricket Grounds. Ishmael Peters on 5, Alzari Joseph on 39. 2 wickets for Karima Gore so far, and 3 for Javier Spencer.
Yes, and New Winthrops, a little bit behind the 8 ball, but there's still room that they could improve. And put a target on the board that they could go out and give a fight for the first inning.
Yes, Rakeem Cornwall, as Anthony has been saying, unusually expensive. That's primarily due to the fact that he was clobbered for 2 sixes by Alzari Joseph, and the confrontation will continue. Joseph on strike. 2 West Indies players in opposition here. Alzari Joseph batting with increasing confidence. Into the offside the ball goes. And so the duel is unfolding between these two. And Alzari goes for another one. And he has gone away for 6. So the third 6, backward of square this time. And so every time he has given the ball some degree of flight, Alzari Joseph has launched himself to a shot of aggression, and fruitful aggression as well, because he's hit his third 6 of Rakeem Cornwall, and he goes into the 40s with that stroke, and the score is propelled to 121 for 7. He's on to 45.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzari Joseph. Jimbo, Rakeem Cornwall just guilty of, just straying a bit down the leg, a little bit of ear, and Alzari was onto it in a flash. So every delivery that Rakeem Cornwall decide to give a little bit of ear, Alzari onto it. So it's for Rakeem Cornwall now just to keep it tight, because that would have to be his goal now, to keep it tight and keep Alzari Joseph tight. Don't give Alzari any runs. Keep Alzari as tight as possible. If it is that you have to bowl a lot of quicker, deliveries onto him, rushing him, that's what you have to do. Keep him on strike and, just keeping the runs down. Very important for him now.
The ball has been retrieved. It has gone. He went away into that bushy area on that far side. Backward of square. Alzari Joseph looks in that general vicinity. There's a feeler on the boundary at backward square. And that one went backward of him. And there's a feeler on the mid-wicket boundary as well. And Rakeem Cornwall will continue. He's on to 45 from as many balls. So going at a runner ball, 4 4s and 4 6s, Alzari. 121 for 7. And he'll add to that score as he looks to continue the fine work here for his team, looking to stay out there in the middle, give himself and his side a fighting chance in this final.
Yes, a good comeback delivery there from Rakeem Cornwall, just keeping Alzari to a single. That's what you need to do, Alzari now. Just keep Alzari tight and try to expose Ishmael Peters.
And Ishmael Peters comes off strike as he just runs the ball down to third man. And
when Ishmael is on strike to Rakeem Cornwall, what I think Rakeem Cornwall needs to do is to take the mid-wicket out and put it backward of point, where those deliveries, every time he comes forward, they run off to just the gully region. So you need to plug that area so you can bowl more deliveries to Ishmael Peters.
A flighted delivery, but this doesn't go for 6. Alzari Joseph kindly plays the drive down to the vicinity of wide mid-wicket for a single. So Rakeem Cornwall looking to carry the fight still, looking to flight the ball, to entice that stroke. He believes that he can get rid of Alzari Joseph with that particular delivery, because he has continued to bowl it. And this one creeps onto the bat of the batter, Ishmael, and through to wicketkeeper Joshua Thomas. The over ends 124 for 7. CMW, Caribbean Motorworks, New Winthrop's Lions in the final against PIC Liberta Blackhawks.
Yes, Raheem Cornwall could really, get the wicket of Alzari with those same flighted deliveries, but his length is a bit too full. That's the thing. He's getting a bit too full to Alzari Joseph. When he's full to Alzari Joseph, making maximum use of those full deliveries. So he just needs to pull his length a little bit back. Nothing is wrong with the flighted deliveries. He's just a bit too full, that's all.
Kareem Agor. The combination of spin from both ends continues. A long off and a long on in place for Alzari, who goes hard at this particular delivery, but doesn't get it to the intended place because the ball ends up at a short mid-off area. Now an additional adjustment to the field. The man at cover has gone back on the boundary. Alzari hits it over the top again. Another 6. Yes. And that's his 50. That's Alzari Joseph's 50. Hit it one over the top of wide mid-wicket. And he has gone away for another 6, his 5th of the innings. He's on to 53, 130 for 7.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzari Joseph. Taking it to the spinners here of the Liberta Blackhawks. He's trying to dominate them. They're on target, and he's trying to unsettle them.
And he has dominated the partnership, a partnership of 37. Only 6 coming from the bat of Ishmael Peters. Alzari, first half century of the innings, and he adds to it by cracking the ball to the sweeper at cover.
Yes, as you mentioned, his first half century of the season, and it's no better time to bring up your first half century.
Well, the first half century of the innings.
Okay, it's no.
He has had some runs for New Interrupts. He has had, yes.
Right, it's no better time to bring it up. In a finals where your team is behind the 8 ball, it's perfect opportunity, and there's still opportunity for him to carry on and get a 3 figures.
Yes, maybe he has visions of that, especially if Ishmael Peters can play strokes like this. Fluent drive, and not really batting as if he wants to compete with Alzari, not really batting as if he really wants to knock the ball all over the place. He's batting with an assurance, Ishmael Peters. He can bat. He has demonstrated that so far in his innings.
And that's what it's supposed to be. You met Alzari Joseph going, he's batting well. All you need to do is to just rotate the strike, give it to Alzari, let Alzari Joseph dictate the play.
So Kareem Agor will look to add to his 2 wickets. And this is hammered down the ground beautifully by Peters. He has hit that very hard, back past the bowler. And the man who is just about, 3/4 of the way to the boundary at mid-on, just stood and watched as the ball flashed down the ground for 4 runs. And what a way to end that over, reassuring Alzari Joseph that he has a partner that can be out there with him for a long time. Peters into double figures. He's 10. And Alzari on 54, 135 for 7.
Yes, hit really hard there by Peters. Even though that fielder was a bit straight, because the mid-on fielder was a bit straighter than usual, and he had no chance in stopping that. He didn't even attempt. Good shot.
Real good shot. And what another feature about that, he hit that ball straight. Wasn't trying to go across the line, because with the left-arm spinner bowling to the right-hander, it's always a risk when you try and go across the line. And the first ball after lunch, we saw Tyrone Williams Jr. almost becoming a victim because he was playing across the line and almost gave a bowling caught chance.
And then he eventually gave the chance in the 3rd delivery.
Right. Kofi James. So Raheem Cornwall is off. James is into the attack. 23 matches he has played, 78 wickets. An economy of 3.21, and his best figures 7 for 33. Kofi James, the Leeward Islands batsman and bowler, because he is very much in the realm of an all-rounder, Kofi James. And a nice little tickle here by by Alzari Joseph for a couple of runs. So we see the hard-hitting stroke play of Alzari. We also see the finesse of this West Indies player. It has been a really enjoyable innings. He's on to 56. An innings of tenacity, realizing that his team was in trouble. And he has batted well. He has hit it handsomely over the top, 6 more. So the bowler, the off-spinner, Kofi James up to Alzari Joseph, and he obligingly hit him over long on for 6.
Another beautiful shot there from Alzari Joseph. That's the thing I'm talking about, Jack. Every time Alzari Joseph gets a little bit of air, he's going. It's just for the bowler to get that right length. If they get that right length, he's going to hit it because he is going after all deliveries that are flight.
And he's showing his batting prowess here because he never looked as if he would mistime those strokes. Those balls that went for 6s really were beautifully struck. From the moment they left the bat, you could tell that they would go well beyond the boundary. And that last one cleared the boundary by some distance, by several meters. And so Alzari Joseph, he's on fire here. He's into the 60s. He's on to 63, 144 for 7.
As we would say, Jack, he's seeing it big here as a basketball.
Yes.
Everything is coming out of the middle.
Really, he's just asking for a pair of gloves. We have sunshine with us, not in all its brilliance. And therefore, we know that the players would be sweating out there. And he has been out there for a long time. And he has been sweating for New Winthrops and doing so with a fair degree of success.
And the heat is on. Sun is pretty hot as well.
Here is... Yes, Peters will get another run, and that position remains vacant. You referred to it earlier.
That's what I'm saying.
And yet again, he has got a single. He has had a single.
Yes, you have to plug that backward point position. Whenever Peters is on strike, you have to plug that position because Peters getting off strike a lot of the time in that area.
So we're going to see the last ball of the over before Denmore Roberts gets in, and Alzari is swinging at this ball, beats the wicketkeeper Joshua Thomas, and it has gone behind him. I don't think it will go into the boundary. I think it has stopped just short of the rope, and they will come back. The wicketkeeper, who gave chase?
Yes, wicketkeeper.
Yes, and he lost one of his pads in the process.
All sorts of problems here for the wicketkeeper.
So, yeah, and they managed to come back. So the overs come to an end. It's 145 for 7, 148 for 7, and it's Alzari Joseph on 63, 11 to Ishmael Peters. More from Anthony Martin, the former West Indies leg spinner, and then it will be the voice of Denmore Roberts.
It's not 3 runs they got a while ago. Alzari was on strike.
3 they got.
Yeah, they got 3. Yeah, not 2. 3 runs. Yeah, no issue. As we welcome Asha to the commentary position. How are you doing, Asha?
Good day, Anthony. Good day to the audience. It seems to me that Liberta might be in a bit of trouble if Alzari Joseph keeps this up for another 10 to 15 overs. Anthony, what do you think?
You can call me Iroots.
Iroots,
yeah.
Okay.
Actually, some people would wonder who you're talking about.
Too formal. I get you.
But as I mentioned, Alzari Joseph batting pretty well, and he's seeing the ball as big as a basketball based on what I'm seeing here. And, he's taking the fight to the Blackhawks.
Most definitely, and I think that may have upset Liberta a bit because they're not as sharp as they would have normally been. And because they're able to give Ishmael Peters that single, there's no pressure building.
Exactly. And I know maybe Liberta Blackhawks, in their mind, they think, okay, we should have been in the pavilion already. We should be batting, so that could play a part in their lackadaisicalness on the field of play as well.
Most definitely, and what we've seen that is unusual. They have now sent out 4 fielders on this outside on the boundary for Alzari, and now 3 outside for Ishmael Peters. So it seems to be that they're in conservation mode as opposed to wicket taking mode right now, Roots.
Exactly. That's what it is, because with the pressure now, Alzari is putting back the pressure now on the bowlers. So they're now left now to do something different than what they would have been doing.
Most definitely, as we see Kareem Agor going past the bat of Ishmael Peters. Very good length delivery. Ishmael Peters not to the pitch of it and is just spinning past the bat, no run. But I do believe that in order for Liberta to build some pressure, it has to be to Ishmael Peters and not allow him to get that single, because Alzari is scoring freely. And with that, Ishmael doesn't have as much pressure on him. So if Liberta wants to take back control, they're going to have to try and put a bit more pressure on Ishmael Peters, force him to play a rash shot maybe, and maybe Liberta will be able to get back into this game. Good shot there by Ishmael Peters, just working it off the pads down to the deep square leg fielder Chimiko Lanford for a single. And yet again, another single for Ishmael Peters.
Yes, not enough good deliveries to Ishmael Peters. Not enough good deliveries. You need like 4, 5 good consistent deliveries to Ishmael Peters to build some pressure and have fielders in, those sort of positions.
And this is a massive hit here by Alzari Joseph. He's going, and that ball is gone over the boundary for a 6. A bit too full there again from Kareem Agor from the police station end. And Alzari with his current mindset, if it's up, it's off, and most definitely it is off, Anthony.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzari Joseph. And as I would have mentioned before, every delivery that they chose to give ear to Alzari Joseph, he's taking them to the cleaners. Every delivery that they decide to give ear, he's taking them to the cleaners. So what they need to do now is just to be tight to Alzari. Squeeze him. Don't give him no ear deliveries.
Well, this is a good conversation for you and I to have as spin bowlers, because you would have known as well as I am as leg spinners that you can give ear without giving them the length to work with. That's too close for them to get onto the ball.
Exactly.
But as we come to at the end of another over, we see Kareem Agor just looking to be a bit under pressure here. The captain maybe having to think a bit more than he would have had to in the previous matches in this 2-day competition. But so far, Roots, what is your assessment of the pitch so far?
Well, in the early parts of the game, the pitch, because of the overnight moisture in the pitch, it would not have been coming on as, you would have liked. As a batsman, you would want the ball to be coming on to the bat. And it wasn't doing that in the first 2 hours of play. So, you have to adapt. You have to adapt. And it's not every time you're going to get the sort of pitch that you would like as a batsman. And that's what really tests you as a batsman, because you can adapt to different situations, different conditions, So I think New Winchops, they faltered a bit. They weren't able to, make use of that condition in the early parts, even though you don't score quickly. If just keep wickets intact, So in times like these now, when the pitch would have dried out a bit, you would have 6 wickets in hand. That would have been a better position for you to be in.
Most definitely, adapting is the name of the game, as we see Kofi James continuing from the pavilion end. Polite appeal by Kofi James for the ball hitting the pad, left alone by Ishmael Peters and collected by the short leg fielder for no run. But after 33 overs, the New Winchops Lions 156, with Alzari Joseph batting 73 not out, as we see a potential catch just going aground there. Ishmael Peters on strike. Fuller length delivery, just pushing at it rather than going through the line. But again, this is what is needed by the Liberta Blackhawks, to just put a bit of pressure. And Alzari Joseph going down to Ishmael Peters, just giving him a few words, calming him down, which is what should happen from the senior batsman in the partnership. And it's in the air and it's out. After that conversation, it did not bear any fruit for the New Winchops Lions, as Ishmael Peters goes caught on the deep square leg boundary off of Kofi James for 12. It was a fuller length delivery, a bit more flighted, and Ishmael Peters decided to slog sweep and getting a bit of a top edge and getting caught on that deep square leg boundary. Roots.
Not a good shot there from Ishmael Peters. No need. There was absolutely no need for that particular shot. It wasn't the greatest of a delivery, but he could have just played it with a straight bat and just getting a single just in the mid-wicket region and giving back the strike to Alzari Joseph. But somehow he seems to think he needs to go big as well. Alzari going big, I'm going big as well. There's no need for that.
Well, there's roles, ages and stages in partnerships, and if your partner is scoring, you may not have to score at that same pace, and maybe it comes with a little bit of experience, but nonetheless, a decent partnership of 63 off of 52 deliveries between Ishmael Peters and Alzari Joseph. And again, that is a testament to batting in a partnership. Alzari would have scored a majority of that partnership out of 63. And you can see just how valuable it is just to stay at the crease.
Exactly.
Just that's the value in it.
Exactly. And
But
he would have been in a half-century partnership and only scored 10 runs. You understand? So that's the importance of sticking around, staying at the crease. You don't have to always be scoring the big boundaries. Your partner is scoring the big boundaries. Even in 2020s. Sometimes you have a guy at the other end not trying to blast the ball. He's just trying to work it off, just try to give the other guy the strike who is already in and already doing big things. So just allow that person to dictate the game and you just work with them. After they would have gotten out, it's up to you to take over.
Well, we will hopefully see that with the introduction of the next batsman for the New Winthrop Lions, Jedediah Martin. And we do not see that at all, because one brings two is the old adage in cricketing terms, where Kofi James has gone through the defences of Jedediah Martin the first ball, and Jedediah Martin is bowled without troubling the scorers. The New Winthrop Lions are slipping further into peril, 156 for 9.
That's a good delivery there from Kofi James. That was slow, just outside the off stump, and pulling the batsman into the stroke and getting a bit of turn as well. That's a very good delivery to negotiate as a first delivery for a batsman. Oh, a lower order batsman.
Correct. That distinction matters, because that's a very good off spinner's delivery. Flighted outside the off stump, just giving it a bit of air, maybe some drift too,
As well.
and then we're turning it back in through the gates. And we have to see Jedediah Martin depart first ball. And they look to be in a spot of bother here, New Winthrop Lions, after having a 63-run partnership between Peters and Joseph. And they were in sights of possibly 200 or even over 200. They're reeling at 156. But brilliant bowling nonetheless from the Liberta Blackhawks. They may have been down for a few overs, but definitely not out. And we are seeing the caliber and the pedigree of Liberta Blackhawks showing here with picking up wickets in clusters, which is the opposite of what New Winthrop Lions would not want at this point in time.
And here it is. You see exactly what the coaches just say to you. When you get in, stay in. Because here's it. Peters was in. He gifted it away. And here's what happens. Collapse. Right after.
Yes, it's an old adage in cricket that once you're in, you stay in.
Stay in.
And one wicket brings two.
And 2 brings 3. and you keep
4 brings
counting.
4. Oh boy. But this is now setting up to be a very interesting passage of play, because assuming that the New Winthrop Lions can get even 20 or 30 more, bringing the total to about 180, that's going to be a challenging total for the Liberta Blackhawks on this kind of pitch, especially with the caliber of bowling that the New Winthrop Lions is packing. But as we see a very interesting and attacking field, we see a short leg, we see a slip, we see what seems to be a silly bid, with a very short mid-wicket. So they're going for the kill here, is the Liberta Blackhawks. He's fishing at it outside of the line of the off stump is the new batter, or Randall Boston, as we come to the end of another over here after 34 overs. The New Interest Lions 156 for 9.
Yes, as you mentioned, maybe another 20 runs. You know, we don't know how many runs can be had because it's the number 11 batsman in. You know, we know he's not the greatest of batsmen, but he should be able to block a few and allow Alzarri Joseph to just, you know, dictate. Alzarri Joseph now is the man in charge now. He's the one who's going to man the bowling now. You have to man the bowling now.
Well, this is going to be an interesting test for Alzarri Joseph as we see Kareem Agor, the captain, continuing with 5 fielders out on the boundary, spanning 6 fielders. And the name of the game is to conserve as much runs as possible as we see a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, cover sweeper, and a deep point. So the name of the game is to conserve runs and no boundaries.
Well, it's for Alzarri here, it's either boundaries or twos.
Most definitely. We're going to see a bit of cat and mouse because we're going to have to protect the number 11 batsman. So just be prepared that on the 5th ball of the over or the 6th ball, they're going to look for a single.
You must get a single.
So let's see who is thinking. This is a very mental game at this point in time. Let's see who's on top of who. As we see
a wide
3 balls
wide signal
and then a wide bowled by Kareem Agor. So mind games are aplenty out here at Ball Beef Liberta. As we see another ball, just Alzarri Joseph allowing that ball to pass, as the plan is to bowl wide to Alzarri to negate any runs being scored.
1.
So this is very interesting cricket here from both teams. A single for Alzarri Joseph, which means that the number 11, Randall Boston, has 2 balls to negotiate.
2 or 1?
One ball to negotiate.
Ball. Right. What Go needs to do now is to just crowd Boston, crowd him, tight on him.
So, in your view so far, wouldn't you have brought in the field after 4 or 5 balls to try and restrict Alzarri from getting the single to have a full over at Randall Boston next over, with Kofi James already taking 2 in the previous over?
Yes, that makes sense.
Because, well,
that makes sense.
Randall Boston has negotiated the last ball of the Kareem Agor over, and after 35 overs, New Interrupts are steadying on. Alzarri Joseph, if he can get a few more runs, 20 or 30, will have a very interesting reply from Liberta in hand.
Yes, just to take it back a little bit. After the 4th delivery would have been bowled by Kareem Agor to Alzarri Joseph, what he should have done was to bring everyone in.
Correct.
So you can't get any single. It's either you're going to get the boundary or nothing.
Well, with how well Alzarri Joseph is batting, I'm sure they wouldn't want to give away 6. I think they're weighing up their risk.
No, but I would prefer to give away a 6 and bowl a full over at the number 11 batsman. I would give away 12.
Well, that very, 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 very differing opinions for the Liberta Blackhawks.
Yes.
But nonetheless.
Yes, I would give them 12 just to leave Boston on strike to a full over.
Well, the experience of your stature is on display here in the commentary booth here, Roots. And you're thinking forward.
Yes, because here is it. The score is 158. And if you give him 12 runs, 60 odd, or 170, right? And you get to bowl a full over at Boston and pressure him. A perfect opportunity for you to knock New Winchops over.
Most definitely here, as we see another interesting field placement. Rakeem Cornwall is more or less directly behind the umpire, as we see Kofi James bowling around the wicket to Alzari Joseph. Again, about 6 fielders are outside what would have been the 30-yard circle, with only 2 inside. As we see Alzari Joseph launching into that one off of Kofi James for 6 more. Alzari Joseph moving on to 80.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzari Joseph. And every time the Liberty Blackhawks bowlers chose to give the ball here, Alzari Joseph, he's into them. You know, he's prepared. He has made up his mind. Anything that they give here, I'm going after.
Well, he's backing himself here with long off and Raheem Cornwall at a straight position. As you see, another shot down the ground by Alzari Joseph. Powerfully hit and no run. This is a cat and mouse game here for the last wicket for the New Intrams Lions. As you see, Kofi James bowling around the wicket, trying to force Alzari wide. So they're trying to conserve runs, but I may think that this is not the best idea.
That's not the best idea. The best idea is to bring the field in tight, ask Alzari to go over. So you want to get to bowl at Boston a complete over.
And there we see the single being taken by the New Intrams Lions. Well, maybe the pressure out there on the field is different to what is in the commentary box. There's
no pressure over here.
We have a bird's eye view. So we're seeing the field now changing. Everybody's coming in for Orandel Boston, the number 11 batsman. But it seems like they've already conceded 7 from the over. That's 6 and that single off for Alzari. So there's nothing much for Orandel to do in this partnership.
And there's 2 more balls remaining. Score over there. 2 more balls. One ball remaining.
Single taken on the 5th ball.
How can you allow that? How can you allow a single to be taken that easy on the 5th ball every time?
Yes, I think this Alzari Joseph is really showing his pedigree here, and I think the Liberty Blackhawks may be a bit under pressure and not making the best decisions for getting this last wicket. I think they would have already believed that they should have been in the pavilion, as you mentioned before, and being out here longer than expected may be hampering them a bit in their decision making as we see the end of the Kofi James over. But they're inching ever so closely to 180, which is the mark that you would have mentioned earlier. But Roots, this is a very interesting passage of play for these 2 teams. And in response, given the quality of the New Intrams bowling, how do you think they will fare on the pitch that is maybe not as assisting to their fast bowlers?
Well, I wouldn't say it's not assisting the fast bowlers. It's for the fast bowlers to find the right line and length on this particular track, for this game. So, things can happen for the pacers. It's just for you to find that right line and length.
We're back here with Kareem Agor, the captain, continuing from the police station end. Alzari Joseph swinging into the leg side. No run. It seems like Alzari Joseph has a very clear plan that he's going to attack for the first 4 balls and then get a single on the 5th.
Exactly.
And the Liberty Blackhawks are quite fine giving him that single.
We
see Alzari Joseph launching into that one, and he's getting that over the boundary, over the long off's head for 6 more. He's dealing in 6s here at the Ball Beef Liberty Park Roots.
Yes, another good shot there from Alzari Joseph. As I mentioned before, he's seen this ball as big as a breadfruit, and he's dealing with it in 6s, and it seems, Liberty is quite comfortable with the way Alzari Joseph dealing with it, because they're relaxing and allowing him to do exactly what he wants.
Yes, most definitely, but he's really motoring here. Alzari Joseph, 87 off of just 69 deliveries. The run rate skyrocketing to just about 4.7 and over. And this is troubling signs here for the Liberty Blackhawks. And we see another massive hit here from Alzari Joseph, and he has hit it clean into the locally renowned Ali. area outside of the Ball Beef Park here, as we see a massive slug sweep from Alzari Joseph going over the fence for 6 more.
I think they're going to need to get a new ball because that ball has gone hunting.
Yes, as we would have said, as we would be saying in the Caribbean, shot boy, and that ball is gone. As we see a fielder looking aimlessly over the fence, but he's not trying to scale the fence in any manner.
No,
I'm not sure what he's looking for because it's all trees and brush behind there.
Iguanas.
Iguanas behind
they
there.
say that make a very good meal.
But this is brilliant batting here by Alzari Joseph, moving on to 93 off of just 70 deliveries. The partnership moving on to 9 or 15. And again, Orandale Boston not having to do much but just hold an end. But this is very odd decision making, if I must say, from the Liberta Blackhawks. Now giving away 2 sixes, 12 off the over. And we're still seeing them continue with the... Maybe they should be bringing back some pace, maybe, to try and change the pace.
Exactly, because Alzari Joseph has gone into the spinners, so it's the perfect opportunity now for them to bring the main seam bowler back just to see how, he negotiates the pace on this track.
Well, a lot to think about here for the captaincy, for the captain and Rakeem Cornwall. A lot to think about as they discuss their plan of action going forward while the umpires send for a new ball or another ball.
Another ball.
As it would be quite against the run of play to get a new ball at this point in time before 80 overs. But yes, the off-field umpire Donald Sheckle just supplying them with another delivery, another ball. And Rakeem Cornwall just giving some words of affirmation to Karim Agor, maybe some words of advice as to the way forward. Because right now, Alzari Joseph has taken command of this innings and taken command of the match so far.
They need a sort of one-day length, just to keep Alzari Joseph a little bit tight. Because if you keep him tight for an entire over, he would do something, So they just need to build some pressure.
Well, just 3 runs away are the New Winthrop Lions from that golden 180 mark. And 200 maybe on the cards if Alzari Joseph continues in this vein. And we're seeing the change now. Scorer, is there 4 balls bowled? 5? Right, at now 4 balls bowled. They've brought in the deep point and the cover sweeper, Elroy Francis, now going to extra cover, but still keeping back 5 fielders, which is interesting.
No, that makes no sense. Bring everyone in and try to squeeze him so he doesn't get a single at all. If anything, he gets a 4.
Well,
and goes back on strike, and then you try to squeeze him again for the final delivery.
Well, I think the plan now is to bowl wide, which he does, and a dot ball. Not signaled wide by the umpire. Maybe Alzari was hoping for a wide.
He has to be careful. You cannot bowl fast and wide when everyone is in the circle on the offside.
And signal wide by the umpire. This is a cat and mouse game, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems like the Liberta Blackhawks, for the first time in the season, is behind the 8 ball.
Shot.
Yes, well, not bad. This would have been in favor, even though they've given away a 4.
Exactly.
This would have been in favor of the Liberta Blackhawks.
A 4 is okay. A 4 is nothing. That's okay.
So tough.
You'll give away 4 to get a wicket. Wouldn't you? You're a bowler. You wouldn't give a guy 4 runs to get his wicket on the next delivery?
Well, that's a bit hurtful from you. Opening batsman being referred to as a bowler. Roots, come on.
No, I'm saying, but you're a bowler as well. So when you go to play, sometimes the skipper would call on you to bowl a few. At that time, you become a bowler.
Most definitely.
Exactly.
I see.
So what you're saying?
I just had to stop you right there.
We're putting it in the bowler's perspective.
In a bowler's perspective.
In this situation.
Correct.
We're not dealing with the batters.
But a good move here from Liberta Blackhawks, bringing back a strike bowler in Chamiko Langford. A fast bowler from the pavilion end, having 6 full deliveries at Orandale Boston.
Exactly. Now here's it. You see that guy at the point position there? He needs to go a bit behind to his left. You understand?
Correct, to stem that little outside edge.
Exactly, because there's still a free single there.
Well,
As long as you can get not all those slips, take the slip out, take that third slip out and put him a bit squarer.
as you see the first ball from Langford's third spell, and it looks to be comfortably negotiated by the number 11 batsman, affectionately known around the cricketing world in Antigua as Bling. I'm not sure for his big chain or for his flamboyant manner, but for right now, he seems to be a very solid brick wall here at Ball Beef Liberta.
I hope that was a warm-up delivery because that length was surely wrong.
Most definitely, he's looking to go full up.
That's the length. That's the length. That's the length to a number 11.
He's looking to go full out, Jamaica Langford.
That's the
And
length.
Orandel Boston is holding back. No, he is not. He's looking for that. He's looking to score through the offside.
And that's what you want. That's what you want from the number 11. You want the number 11 to look to score. That's what you want. You don't want the number 11 to be blocking. You want him to score.
I've heard the teammates, and they wouldn't have been too pleased with Orandel Boston and his drive. Fuller again from Jamaica Langford, and now the approval of the team comes as he comes forward quite quietly and defends it into the offside. But Alzari Joseph would be tense here, 3 short of first class 100th century. And he just went down to talk to his partner to say, keep your head on, just face out this over, I believe in you. Some words of affirmation as we see Jamaica Langford in again. Fuller again to Orandel Boston, and that's the single to the same area that you would have just mentioned.
Same position. You cannot have that. You cannot have that. That area, you have to plug that. Ask the batsman to score somewhere else.
Your experience coming to the forefront. Roots as they get a single, and Alzari is on strike for the final 2 balls of the over as he is 3 short of first class century here.
And this is not the last delivery?
Two
more deliveries?
2 more deliveries in this over.
You want to keep it tight on Alzari. You don't want to give him a single to get him back at the other end and leave in 1 delivery for Boston. So you want to keep Alzari tight, so you keep him at that end.
Well, I think Liberta Blackhawks here are just trying to avoid Alzari's century, as they have sent out essentially every fielder except the slip fielder and the extra cover fielder. And that's full. And Alzari Joseph goes full and straight by Jamaica Langford, hitting Alzari on the pads. He's looking to flick down to the fine leg fielder, and he is adjudged LBW by the on-field umpire Felix August. Alzari Joseph not happy with the decision, falling 3 short of a century. Well played nonetheless, and that is the final wicket to fall for the New Winthrops Lions. 182 is the score, passing your golden score of 182 over. Nonetheless, well played by Alzari Joseph, coming 3 short of what would have been a brilliant innings anchoring century. But not to take away from him, well played to him as we see the players leave the field for a short intermission, and then Liberta, we will see Liberta's reply. Just to go through the scorecard for the New Winthrops Lions, they made 183 for 10 all out of just about 38 overs, with Tyrone Williams Jr. caught and bowled by Kareem Agor, 46 off of 73. Dravid Richardson, his opening partner, LBW to Javier Spencer without scoring. Cameron Pennyfeather caught and bowled Javier Spencer without scoring. Dimari Benter, 18 LBW to Javier Spencer. Bartlett Henry, 4, with Elroy Francis scalping that wicket. Jermaine Otto run out, unfortunately without scoring. Alzari Joseph, 97 LBW to Jamaica Langford. Nino Henry, the captain, going without scoring. Ishmael Peters, 12. Jedediah Martin, 0. And Orandel Boston, not out, scoring only 1. The bowling for the Liberta Blackhawks, a good all-round effort, which with each bowler pulling their weight. Javier Spencer 7 overs, 3 for 31. Tramico Lanford 1 for 20. Gio Benjamin 4 overs, 7 without a wicket. Elroy Francis Jr. 4 overs, 1 for 8. Raheem Cornwall a bit expensive today, 5 overs, none for 32. Kareem Magoa again a bit on the expensive side, 8 overs, 2 for 63. And Kofi James rounding out the bowlers for the Liberta Blackhawks, 3 overs, 2 for 20. So as we've seen here, Roots, very formidable score. We've seen the enough for the fast bowlers and enough for the spinners as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break here at the Ball Beef Park while the players get ready for the Liberta Blackhawks reply. On behalf of me and iRoots, we're going to take a short break and we'll see you back momentarily.
Welcome back to coverage of the ABCA finals, two-day finals between PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks and CMW New Winthrop Lions. Liberta Blackhawks, they are now to try and overhaul the first innings total of 183 all out made by CMW New Winthrop's Kofi James and Brent Joseph. They're at the crease, and Alzari Joseph, the West Indies and CMW New Winthrop's fast bowler, opening the bowling here today. And we expect this is going to be a very interesting battle between these two teams. Alzari Joseph just falling 3 short of what would have been a magnificent century, because he was really looking good. And I think that his first chance was that LBW that he got out. Here is Kofi James getting off the mark, working one down to a deep square leg position for a single. So Blackhawks getting off the mark, one without loss. Brent Joseph is the other opening batter for Liberta, and last week he would have ended the preliminary stage on a high. He got a century in the second innings, a century not out. It would have been his very first century at this level. Youngster that many feel have potential if he really gets his head together. That seems to be sometimes a little bit of an issue, his thinking, his mental thinking. But here is he facing up to Alzari Joseph. Joseph is in and beating him with a good delivery outside the line of the off stump. That one touchdown with pace and carried through to the wicketkeeper Bartlett Henry behind the stumps. And there is no run. One without loss. The 183 for New Winthrops came behind knocks of 46 from Tyrone Williams Jr. at the top, 18 from Demari Benta, and as I said earlier, 97 of 74. And he had 5 fours and 10 sixes. Yes, you heard it right. 10 sixes for Alzari Joseph. He was really hitting it well. Here is he in to Brent Joseph. Again, another good delivery. Joseph pushing forward and beating outside the line of the off stump through to Bartlett Henry. And there is no run. And 12 for Ishmael Peters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the New Winthrop's batters didn't trouble the scorer. Dravid Richardson, Cameron Pennyfeather, Jermaine Otto, Nino Henry, and of course Jedediah Martin, all making ducks. But Alzari Joseph with that, you would say, counter-attacking 97 against the Blackhawks. At one point the Blackhawks seem not to have any match for Alzari's prowess. Here is he up to Joseph, and Joseph is squeezing one all along the floor into the gully region. The fielder diving and making the stop, and there is no run. So Joseph looks as if he's still though just trying to bowl within himself. Don't think that he wants to overdo, maybe overstrain himself, just because he's coming back from injury, and all of us, and I'm sure that all who are listening and watching would agree with me, all of us want to see him back to his best, so he can force his way back into that West Indies setup. He's the National Sportsman of the Year for 2025. Here is he in, and Brent Joseph is trying to undrive, gets it out to that short mid-on position, and there is no run. Brings up the end of the first over. Blackhawks, they won without loss in reply to 183 all out made by the New Winthrops Lions. Good crowd in. The spectators from New Winthrops, no doubt, they've come out, and they've come out picnic style, walking with their coolers and have on their purple shirts in support of the New Winthrops Lions. And you expect that, I think that a little later on when the T20 comes up, which they are the joint defending champions, you expect to see quite a few more of them coming out as well. There are some Blackhawk spectators as well as some neutrals who have seen in the crowd. So good support for the ABCA two-day finals, and we can be found on Facebook and on YouTube. And so you want to share those links with as many persons as possible, so we can get as many persons as as required or as possible, taking in the feed here from Barrel of Beef. Alongside me, then Morawat, Juari Edwards, we're a part of a team that's bringing you the coverage. And here we see the start of the second over, and Kofi James is driving through the offside field. Might not have the legs to go into the boundary, does. As a matter of fact, he hits the bound now, and that's 4 runs. Pleasant stroke by Kofi James. As who was that? That bowled Martin yes. With the first delivery driven pleasantly through the offside by Kofi James. 5 without loss, the total.
Certainly not the delivery that you would want to start your spell, Denmore. Bit too full and too wide. You'd want to hit that back of a length or that foot stump line and challenge Kofi James.
Certainly, and Kofi James, the Antigua and Leeward Islands opening batter, and you think that he's going to be a key component of this Blackhawks batting today. So New Orleans Chubs would have other ideas. They would want to get him out pretty cheaply and pretty quickly to don't allow him to settle. Jedediah Martin, though, would be trying. Here is he in to James, and he's smashing this one over the backward square position for it went all the way for 6. He hit it that hard. It wasn't for a while certain how if he had gone all the way, but the umpire signaling 6 runs that it has carried all the way full into the rope at that deep point position.
The New Orleans team definitely would want to keep Kofi James quiet because, as you and I know, Denmore, he can have the same effect that Alzarri Joseph had in the New Orleans innings.
Certainly can have the same effect like Alzarri Joseph, and if you missed it, you really missed the gem, because Alzarri Joseph was hitting it as cleanly as I've seen anyone hit the ball in a long time. No doubt of it. Hit one to the western side. Kofi James gets another single, as this time the fielder is out on that deep point boundary, so just comes through for a single. Hit one over the western side where we call Eiley. The late Eiley used to live in that direction, and they didn't even bother to look for it. They just looked for a new ball or a replacement ball, because that one was struck sweetly. And he hit 10 sixes in his innings of 97 made by Alzarri Joseph. So 12 without loss, as here we watch as Martin is in. Delivery outside the line of the off stump, a little wide. Brent Joseph just flaring the bat at it outside the line of the off stump through to wicketkeeper Bartlett Henry, and there's no run. Henry, who had a good season last year, breaking his way into the national team, not as effective this year as he was last year. And as a former wicketkeeper batsman, what will it take? What does it take to stay consistent, especially as a wicketkeeper batter?
You just have to go back to the drawing board, Denmore. Go back to the basics. You can start with your fitness, and then as the season gets closer, you can work your way up into the technical aspects of your game.
We watch as here is Joseph again playing a loose shot outside the line of the off stump, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of his attitude. He plays a shot like that, and then you see he jumps up and the bouncing about. That means he's already getting frustrated in his brain, and this sometimes tends that he will give his wicket away. But we'll see. 12 without loss, Cora. Yes. Yeah. 12 without loss as Martin continues. And here is Joseph getting a delivery outside line of the off stump again, just flashing the bat at it, not making contact through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. 2 of us have gone at the end of it. PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks, they're 12 without loss.
Yes, Denmore, you certainly would want to see a bit more thought process going into the game. High profile game. New Winchops already scored 183, which in my estimation is just about par, taking into consideration the nature of the pitch, not now but over the years as well. And somebody needs to put their hand up and play the type of innings that is required in this situation.
Yeah, you tend to think that somebody needs to stand up and get a big innings for a big performance. Alzarri Joseph, we know that he has motivation with that 97, just falling short of the century, and he would be motivated as a bowler. We saw a good over from him first up. Here is he going past Kofi James and past the wicketkeeper too, and down to the boundary for 4 byes. That was a quick delivery, kept a little bit low, beating Kofi James and beating the wicketkeeper Bartlett Henry too, and down to the boundary for 4 byes. So score goes on to 16. But Alzarri Joseph would be encouraged by that delivery.
Certainly, then more. So the low and slow nature of the pitch is taking greater effect now, and I think Alzarri Joseph and the batters at the crease and the batters to come would have that firmly in the back of their mind.
Firmly in the back of their mind. And I think that maybe this is a kind of pitch that you have to think hard and try to be looking to play forward. Not be caught on the back foot. Here we see Alzarri Joseph going past the outer bat of Kofi James. Maybe just giving Kofi James the benefit of the doubt that he played inside the line of that one, allowing it to go into the gloves of Bartlett Henry, and there's no run. Is there any factor that the fact that there is not a definite Leeward Islands tournament coming up for people to make the national team, that maybe some of these players are not as motivated playing for their club in terms of performing?
I think
that they know that, you know, before time you guys were playing to make the national team. Could that be a factor right now?
I certainly think so, especially for the players who are on the outside, trying to get into the national setup with the hope of getting onto a Leeward Islands team. It definitely does not work in your favor when you're on the outside and there isn't any tournament of any sort for you to go and prove yourself.
Certainly difficult when you feel like you're not playing at a target. Here is Kofi James just working one into the onside from Alzarri Joseph, a ball that was lined on the line of the stumps, getting a single into the straightish mid-wicket position. One more to the total. 17 without loss, it goes up to. How do we, in the Leeward Islands, how do we fix that though? What do we need to do to get some sort of tournament back up and running? Or how do we fix something like that? Because we need something to motivate the players.
The necessary funding has to be available then more.
Short delivery from Alzarri Joseph. That one hammered into the pitch, and that one didn't keep low at all. That one took off over the left shoulder of Brent Joseph, who just sort of swayed, duck out of the way, allowing it to go through to Bartlett Henry behind the stumps.
As I was saying about the funding then more, the necessary funding needs to be available. I mean, I know the Leeward Islands Cricket Board has had their problems in terms of having a certain amount of money to put on a tournament, but I mean, this is where the businesses across the different islands can come into play and make a worthy contribution.
Here we watch as this is a delivery down the line of the leg stump. There was no run. I was during the week I was watching the intercall coming out of Grenada, and they had an interview with the sports minister there, and they were asking her some questions, and she said that they have dedicated funding for sports that comes from, I think she said, the lottery agency or something of that sort. How is it that we have something like the Caribbean Lottery here in Antigua and Barbuda, but we don't have a dedicated funding source like that coming out? Maybe we need to rethink those kind of things. Here is a good quick delivery again from Alzarri Joseph. That one was brutal. That one touchdown, beat Brett Joseph.
Very good
all
delivery.
Ends up hit the gloves of Bartlett Henry very hard. At the end of the over, the score has moved on to 17 without loss at the end of 3.
I certainly think the government has a part to play in that, and by extension the relevant association.
We have to look at it, because when you look at it, this is an unsponsored tournament, the 2-day competition, and we haven't heard any sponsorship coming up for the ABC in quite a while. I personally feel that maybe a little bit more work needs to be done in terms of attracting sponsorship. But we do need something though. to motivate the players to really be at their best. Here is Martin and Kofi James playing defensively back along the pitch for Martin to feed his own ball in no run. So I feel that there has to be some work done, and there have to be a definite effort. I hear you with the funding, but I think that we can put our heads together and come up with something that is cheaper so that we can make sure that there's a tournament. Let me tell you what, the Windward Islands find a way. So maybe we need to speak to them. Kofi James with playing at one outside line of the half stump, missing it into the gloves of Bartlett. There's no run. The Windward Islands have found a way to have a tournament for youth. They have a tournament for women. They have a tournament for their senior men every year, bar none. I'm not sure if they use ferries or whatever to get around their athletes or their cricketers, but we have to find a way in the Leeward Islands. I think that that is something that we need to fix. Here we watch as Martin is driven through the offside, past the fielder at extra cover. Might have just gotten a hand to it, but it didn't stop it enough. It goes into the boundary, and that's 4 runs. So again, a ball pitched up to Kofi James, hit it all along the ground, through that fielder standing at extra cover, and it was able to race over the outfield and into the boundary for 4-21 without loss.
I think also then more we could look at the structure of the under 15, the upcoming under 15 tournament, where different territories are hosting different teams. So I think that is something that can be exploited as well.
And I agree. I have always said that with the emergence of facilities that can host, the tournament can be in one place, can be in one location, and we can even look to find. Here we watch again as James is pushing this one through the offside. They get one. They look to come back for a second, and he gets back pretty easily. A good throw coming in, but good running by Kofi James was positive. Pushed that one into the offside field and wanted 2 and got 2 from the get-go. I feel that we can find nicer ways to still let the players be comfortable. Don't have to be in a hotel where they're going to be charged hotel rates.
That is something that you would have to convince the players then more. Because I know a lot of people will have a very strong opinion on that.
But we do have a lot of what we call what do they call them now? That new fancy name, Jack, where they call
Airbnb.
Airbnb. And I know that we had a number of persons who, when we were going to have the World Cup, had built facilities that could host teams. And what we have to do is find a way to negotiate rates that are not necessarily hotel type rates, but are more reasonable, that something so that it becomes part payment, part sponsorship kind of team situation. But we'll see what happens. Here we watch as Jedediah Martin is continuing. He's bowling to Kofi James, and James drops one into the offside field, gets a single. One more to him, and the total
24
goes on to 24 after 4 overs. So Kofi James is not out on 20. Brent Joseph has faced 10 deliveries. He's yet to score, but he's still there, the opening partner for Kofi James. Remember the target, they want to get to 183, the Blackhawks, to overhaul the total made by New Winthrop's Lions. And New Winthrop's Lions 183 comes as a what would you call it? A recovery, because they made about 142 for the last 5 wickets, because they were at 1.41 for 5, and they ended at 183 all out, which means that they got another 142 runs for that for the last 5 wickets, with 97 of that coming from Alzari Joseph. Here we watch as Joseph is in and driven pleasantly out in the offside by Kofi James. Can't score, hits it straight to, that looks to be the captain, who's at mid-off.
Yes, Nino Henry.
Yes.
They certainly would want to see the back of Kofi James as cheap as possible, then more, because I think that will have some sort of bearing on how the Liberta team goes about their innings from there onwards.
Certainly, they would want to see the back of him. Here we watch as Alzari Joseph charges in. He's in. And there's
big inside edge.
And inside edge, there was a stifled appeal, but you could hear that edge from this vantage point. But again, a pitched up delivery from Alzari Joseph trying to attack the stumps of Kofi James.
I was just going to say that. That just goes to show he has already done his assessment and realized that the foolish length attacking the stumps is definitely the way to go on this pitch.
Certainly. It hasn't taken him long to figure that out. He's now into his third over. Here is Alzari Joseph in. A delivery that is badly lined. It is on the line of the leg stump coming inside and playing at it was Kofi James, not making contact. Through to Bartlett Henry behind the stumps, no run. So Alzari Joseph, he has 2 slips and a gully. He has a man at backward point, a short extra cover, a mid-off and a mid-on. A man at deep square leg and a man down on the long leg boundary. That's the feel for Alzari Joseph.
I think it's a good ploy as well that he has the man back down at deep backward square.
Certainly, so that he gives him the opportunity to give Kofi that surprise short delivery, trying to force him into a false stroke. Here we see into Kofi James, and James is driving into the mid-wicket region, just flicking it into the mid-wicket region, gets a boundary.
A good shot by Kofi James, I must say then more. And I was just going to say as well, it could be a double bluff as well too.
Could be. Could be. And that occasion, he was still attacking the stumps of Kofi James, just didn't get it on the line that he wanted, and James was equal to the task and was able to just clip it away into that mid-wicket region that is vacant and picked up another boundary. Here we watch as this is Alzari Joseph into Kofi James. He's going to get another single this time. Just putting the ball into the mid-wicket region. There's a field at a short mid-on, having to work his way around, and they come through for a single. 29 without loss is the total. Brent Joseph comes into strike. He's yet to get off the mark. Had 101 not out last weekend with his knock against Bowlands in the second innings. And the Blackhawks, realizing that they were already in the finals, gave him an opportunity to bat in the second innings, and he repaid the coach's trust by getting himself 100. Here is he facing up to Alzari Joseph. He's driving at one outside the line of the off stump, not making contact. Through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. End of over number 5. At the end of it, 29 without loss, the Liberta Blackhawks.
Evenly poised game so far. An evenly poised game so far, then more. Liberta have been going along their business in a very professional manner. And you would want to hope, especially as a Liberta Hawks fan, that they continue moving in that direction and add yet another two-day championship to the already overfilled trophy cabinet.
I think that's the plan that they would have out, but they still have some work to do. First job is to get past the 183 made by CMW New Wintraps Lions, and you don't think that is going to be an easy task. The New Wintraps Lions, they have some spinners and Nino Henry and others still to come.
Ishmael Peters as well.
They bowl in attack. Ishmael Peters, they have Nino Henry, they Randall Boston and Demari Benta, who was all bowled well for them this season. Here is Martin in and Kofi James.
That's Peters. They made a
change. Ishmael
Peters
Peters has come on. And Kofi James playing that one off the inner portion of the bat, almost what we call a French cut. He was looking to drive that one and gets a single down to the man at square leg.
And I think you forgot to mention Cameron Pennyfeather as well too.
Pennyfeather
bowls a bit of brisk medium.
So that's what I'm saying. They have quite a bit of bowling to come, and you would tend to think they're going to throw the whole kitchen sink at the Liberta Blackhawks to try and dismiss them in the regular season. Both teams didn't really bat well, especially in that first innings. Here is Brent Joseph getting his first run, gets a delivery on the line of the leg stump and works it down to the square leg region. So he's off the mark. The total has moved
31
to
without
31 without loss. Kofi James is on 26 of 20. He has had 3 4s and 1 6 so far. And Brent Joseph getting his first run off his 12th delivery.
The Liberta Blackhawks certainly would want to keep Alzari Joseph out of the wickets column as much as possible, then more. Because I think keeping him out of the wickets column will certainly increase their chances of overhauling the score of 183.
Certainly they would want to do that. Kofi James plays defensively to a good delivery from Ishmael Peters. On or about the off stump, just leaning forward and playing it defensively was Kofi James, no run. Say good afternoon to all the folks who are watching us, whether you're listening to us, watching us on Facebook, or whether or not you are on YouTube watching the ABCA cricket. You're watching the ABCA two-day finals being played between these two teams, who have been the better two teams for the season so far. CMW New Winthrop's Lions, with the addition this year of Tyrone Williams Jr., Kofi James, and I think Ishmael Peters.
Jedediah Martin. Jedediah Martin and Alzari Joseph.
Alzari Joseph have really strengthened their lineup. And
no surprise that they're in the final.
No surprise whatsoever. I actually expected them to be in the finals. And like I said, they are the joint defending champions of the local T20, and they are the champions of the 40 over competition. So they have some championship pedigree. Here is Kofi James getting one that popped up on him, and he gets it into the air, but it falls safely into the offside field. No fielder close to the bat, and Brent Joseph just calling him down to probably just have a word with him. And so the total remains on 31 without loss. Remember, you can join us on Facebook or tell your friends. Maybe somebody prefer to watch it on YouTube. Go on YouTube and look for the Antigua Barbuda Cricket Association, and you will be able to watch the cricket there. We're happy to be bringing you coverage after this over. You're going to hear the voice of Jack Matthew come alongside Juari Edwards. Here is Ishmael Peters, and this one is hit in the air, and he's out caught.
Beautifully taken.
On the boundary.
Beautifully taken.
That's a good catch taken by Demari Benta. Kofi James thought that he was going to get that one over the boundary for 6, but Benta was able to measure it well, took the catch on the boundary. That's the end of Kofi James. He goes caught off the bowling of Ishmael Peters. Liberta Blackhawks losing their first wicket. They're 31 for 1. Kofi James goes back into the pavilion. He's made what, 24?
26.
26.
26.
26.
Definitely a well-judged catch there by Demari Benta, who has been the best fielder in the two-day competition, in my opinion, from what I've seen. Certainly was on the edge of the rope there a short while ago, and he judged the catch to perfection. As my co-commentator Jack Matthew comes alongside me. Jack, how are you?
Again, hello to you, Joey. And
What do you think about the catch?
In typical fashion, really, a belligerent player by nature. Kofi James looking for another 6. He had already hit one early on off the bowling of Jedediah Martin, but it was a very good catch by Demari Benta. He knew where he was. He kept his eyes on the ball and delivered a very good two-handed catch. So the first wicket has gone down in what has been already an enthralling final. A lot of intrigue in this game.
Yes, it is.
The ABCA Two-Day Final. And it's, as you heard from Denmo, it's being streamed on Facebook and on YouTube. And so it's there for everyone to see. So Alzari Joseph, after his exploits with the bat, now looking to make further inroads as he goes into bowl to Brent Joseph, and he's defending. Has really been in stark contrast to his opening partner, Kofi James. He only got off the mark in the last over. So he's on 1 from 13 deliveries. And as you heard, Kofi James was the typical Kofi James, getting up to 26 in very good order.
I think the pressure is definitely on Jack, because as I said to Denmo earlier, the type of aggression that you would have seen from Kofi James is...
And almost a mix-up here, and they feel they're not being able to hold on to onto that ball coming from the extra cover position, and the batsman managing to scramble back. Michael Graves getting back into his crease, but certainly a mix-up between the two. It remains on 31 for 1.
Yes, as I was saying, the type of aggression that you would see from Kofi James is what gives the Liberta innings the impetus in going forward. And looking at the batters to come, they certainly are not as destructive as Kofi James.
Yes. Made 26 of 24, 3 4s and 1 6. Alzari Joseph, and this ball is flicked away nicely, almost in Gordon Greenwich style, just lifting that front leg and whipping the ball off his hip. Brent Joseph down
I can't
to the
attest to that,
position.
I'm too young for that.
You haven't seen Gordon Greenwich. Yes. Yes, Gordon Greenwich, one of the outstanding West Indian batsmen, had a partnership with Desmond Haynes that was there for a long time. Not only perennial, but it was very, very productive, that opening partnership for the West Indies. And he made his debut the same time, the same series. Viv Richards made his debut back in 1974 on the tour of India. And he made quite an auspicious start to his career. Gordon Greenwich, I'll tell you more after this delivery from Alzari Joseph. And this is down the leg side. Again, a pacey delivery from Joseph. And the wicketkeeper having to move very, very quickly to collect that. He made 93 and 100 in his very first test match, Gordon Greenwich, in India in 1974. And Viv Richards had a failure in his first one, and they made a short century, if you will, 192. Just a short century.
How is a century short,
in
Jack?
the second.
Explain that to me. How is a century
by
short?
Viv Richards standard, you know, 192 was below standard, if you will. Yes, it was impeccable. I was just kidding. It was an impeccable performance by Sir Viv. To make 192 in your second test match was really phenomenal. And so that shot reminded me of Gordon Greenwich, that played by Brent Joseph. Oh, he's in trouble here. Oh, that ball was quick and it was well directed. And there was Michael Graves just taking evasive action. He had the bat up and he hit close to the handle, maybe the shoulder of the bat, and went in there. Luckily for him, it fell short of anyone. And so he survived. But Alzari Joseph bowling with pace here.
This is exactly what pace does to you, Jack. Short delivery to Michael Graves, and he was found wanted.
Yes,
but luckily for him, the ball fell into the offside in no man's land.
Yes.
So Michael Graves will be advised to keep his eyes on the ball.
I wonder what the psychological effect that would have on him. We'll see now. Michael Graves facing Alzari Joseph. Another short ball. This time he hurriedly gets underneath that delivery, and it went smack into the gloves of wicketkeeper Bartlett Henry. So unleashing pace here at the Liberta Cricket Field. Alzari Joseph, he made 97, and it was quite an innings. He had 80 of his runs coming in boundaries, 10 sixes and 5 fours, an indication of his dominating display. The side, they were struggling at 41 for 5, and he was principally responsible for the recovery, giving themselves a chance in this match. 183 all out, and Blackhawks, PIC Liberta Blackhawks, replying with 32 for 1.
I agree with you, Jack. I think that the pace of Alzari Joseph is quite unsettling to the Liberta batters, but I think it is something that you have to get accustomed to, because when you go up levels,
Ishmael Peters continuing.
because when you go up a level, you will get that sort of pace, especially at the regional level and international level. These are the kind of bowlers that you will meet.
And so it's a good opportunity for them to get accustomed to that
Certainly.
if they're going to advance in their cricketing careers. And so you face the fire early, and then you'll be able to have that experience going further on in international cricket or wherever you're going to end up. This is a ball which has him
That
really
is a
in
nasty
trouble.
delivery, boy.
Brent Joseph, a diminutive player, for a moment he thought maybe of taking evasive action by just standing there, but then he had to hurriedly get out of the way. He lost his footing. He was almost tumbling out of the way of that delivery. It was sharp from Ishmael Peters, and it was taken by the wicketkeeper. There was an appeal, perhaps suggesting that maybe it brushed his glove on its way, but umpire, who is the umpire at the far end there?
That's Bertel Baltimore.
Bertel Baltimore said no.
I certainly think, Jack, that even though all the focus has been on Alzari Joseph and his pace, I think Ishmael Peters just brought himself into the equation.
Yes. A nice looking stroke by Brent Joseph, clipping the ball away towards the forward square leg, straight mid-wicket area, and he got a couple of runs for it. That wicket by Ishmael Peters was his 78th wicket in 31 matches. This is his 31st game, and his best figure is 5 for 30. So he has been among the wickets for Caribbean Motor Works, New Winthrop's Alliance.
And I certainly think the games that he has played for the Leeward Islands in the last Super 50 competition has assisted in him improving his cricket as well. As we see, Peters comes into bowl to Brent Joseph, that's down the leg side, taken by wicketkeeper Bartlett Henry.
And he's bowling with pace as well. Ishmael Peters. So Ishmael Peters looking to add to the wicket that he has taken in this match. The only wicket to have fallen so far in the innings. And this is steered away down to third man for 4. But not perhaps where he wanted it to go, but he got the result nonetheless. It went down to where maybe third slip would have been.
More
second slip. And he went aerially and down to the boundary for 4. 38 for 1.
The New Winthrop's bowlers are certainly unsettling the Liberta batters here with the extra pace, Jack. So anything back of a length, it's giving them a bit of problems. And it is something that they would have to get accustomed to dealing with if they are to get anywhere close to the 183 set by the New Winthrop's Lions in their first innings.
Yes, they have a challenge ahead of them. And they'll be looking to make this a memorable final, the most successful club in the history of Antiguan Cricket Liberta. Trophy after trophy every year they have won. Indication of the coaching. It's an indication of infrastructural development that has taken place here at Liberta as well.
The caliber of players.
The caliber of players, yes. And so, concerning Ishmael Peters, in terms of this season, he has had 17 innings. He has picked up 22 wickets at an economy rate of 3.71 and an average of 16.36. The stats I gave earlier were stats of his overall performance in domestic cricket, in the two-day competition. But this season he has had 17 matches and he's picked up 22 wickets prior to this game. And so it means that he has picked up 23 now. So Alzari Joseph, who will continue the attack, not showing any indication that the batting performance would have affected his bowling, because he's bowling lightning fast here.
It's a good shot.
This is beautifully played off his legs by Michael Graves. Ball of full length from Alzari Joseph, and he whipped it nicely away down to the square leg position for single. Alzari Joseph striving for the Yorker there and getting a ball of full length to the batter.
Yes, Jackie certainly varying his line and length here.
We're not too far away from T. Alzari Joseph would be happy to take that break. Has bowled since the start of the innings. Opened the bowling with Jedediah Martin. Peters replaced Martin at the far end. And Brent Joseph, again, quite obdurate, quite stubborn in his batting so far. I don't think he would be overly perturbed by the fact that he has 8 runs from 22 balls, because this is a final, and the winners on first innings would lift the trophy, and that's what he's looking to do. He's trying to be there as long as possible and get Liberta over the line. Especially when we're facing a bowl of Alzari Joseph's caliber and quality. You just want to survive.
That's
and
out.
He's out. He's out, caught at mid-on.
By Dravid
I was
Richardson.
just saying that he had stayed along there, out in the middle for a long time, and he tried to drive this ball from Alzari Joseph, hit it straight to the man at mid-on, so he has perished for 8. And they're 2 down now, PIC Liberta Blackhawks, 39 for 2.
It looks like they've taken the tea break because the players are coming off the field.
Yes, with the wicket falling, they have decided to go for tea just a few minutes before the scheduled tea break. With the match intriguingly poised here because they've lost another wicket. Remember, it has been a seesaw battle to date with Caribbean Motorworks. New Winthrop's Lions are struggling at 41 for 5 at one stage, but through the extraordinary batting of Alzari Joseph, who made 97 with 10 sixes and 5 fours, they got up to 183. And now PIC Liberta Blackhawks, an initial wobble, they're 39 for 2, and still a lot of cricket to be played in this final. ABC 2 Day Final being streamed on Facebook and the YouTube channel.
I certainly agree with you, Jack. I think the game is very much evenly poised with the 2 wickets that the New Winthrops Lions managed to get in the Liberta innings thus far. And it is for them to just continue along that line and look to restrict them as much as possible.
Yes, and the catcher on that occasion was Dravid Richardson, who took that catch at mid-on. So 39 for 2 in reply to 183 made by CMW. New Winthrop's Lions will be back after the break with more coverage of this ABC 2 Day Final here at Liberta.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to our coverage of the ABCA Two-Day Competition 2026 final between the New Winthrops Lions and the Liberta Blackhawks. The covers are off and we took an early tea because of it. And to start proceedings from the pavilion end will be Alzari Joseph to Karim Agor as we see a short ball first up. And Karim Agor gets comfortably onto that to start the proceedings of the third session after tea here at Ball Beef Liberta. I am joined here with my partner, Juari Edwards. Juari, welcome.
Good afternoon, Asha.
As we see here, Alzari starting from the pavilion end yet again. He's been able to work up a good deal of pace, but maybe not as consistent as you would have liked, Juari.
Yes, most certainly, and it is for the Liberta batters now to navigate the way around Alzari and try to overhaul the 183 made by the New Winthrops Lions in their first innings.
Well, we have a good start so far from Alzari Joseph, following up with a good length delivery just on the stumps and comfortably negotiated to the mid-wicket fielder, Dravid Richardson. So, Juari, it's just around 39 for 2, Liberta Blackhawks getting into the meat or the middle order with the captain Karim Agor and following with Joshua Thomas and Raheem Cornwall. And what do you make of this 180 scored by New Winthrops? Is it a competitive target?
Based on the nature of the pitch, I would think so. Over the years, 180, 170, 180 has seemed to be the pass score as far as the scoring runs on this pitch is concerned.
As we see Karim Agor working one into the leg side down to the deep square leg fielder, picked up comfortably by Jedediah Martin, and that is the end of the over. At the end of the over, the Liberta Blackhawks 40 for 2. A bit overcast conditions as we're looking over the eastern side. We see some rain clouds coming in, and when in Liberta, now those are not good signs.
Definitely not.
But as we're seeing here, Jari, in terms of strategy, the pace bowlers have been going at a decent clip so far with Ishmael Peters and Alzari Joseph working up some pace. But in terms of consistency, considering that we would have had a ball from the opener Brent Joseph go between first and second slip, do you recommend more fielders behind, or is the setup currently in the cordon enough? Because it seems like they're going with 1 and 1. One slip and one gully that is, or 2 slips, no gully.
I certainly think that they would need to be a bit more attacking, and they have the bowlers to contain the Liberta batters as well. So they would need to try and exploit the new ball as much as possible.
Ishmael Peters charging in, and a beautifully flowing drive by Karim Agor through the covers. A bit too full by Ishmael Peters in his return to the attack, and that's 4 runs to greet the start of the over. Overpitched by Ishmael Peters, and it was quite easy for Karim Agor to put that away. As I am joined by my partner here, Roots.
Hey, good day to our listeners. Good day to everyone who's tuned in to us here at the Ball Beef. Big finals here between Liberta Blackhawks and New Winthrops Lions. And that was a good shot there by Go through the offside. Very nice shot.
Yet again, a harder length. Pulling back the length is Ishmael Peters, and Karim Agor trying to work it on the up through the offside, looking almost like he's forcing it. But again, this is the important partnership. This is where a majority of the Liberta Blackhawks runs would have been generated between Michael Greaves and Karim Agor down in the middle order. Karim Agor, being a current Leeward Islands player, played one T20 for the West Indies. It is important that he bats as long as possible to get them as close to this 180 as possible. As we see him playing and missing through the offside, no run.
Yes, a very good delivery there from Peters, just probing outside the off stump. And to keep Karim Agor quiet, he must continue with that particular line and length just outside the off stump. And if he's consistent with that particular line and length, he could move that guy from the mid-wicket position and put him in that extra cover just a little bit to the side of the current extra cover there, and have 2 extra covers and bring that man from mid-wicket into to square leg.
Agreed, but this is where consistency would be important, because as we're saying, he could move the mid-wicket, the ball goes to the mid-wicket fielder. But I agree, that channel just between the off stump and maybe fifth stump,
Exactly.
if you can bowl that on a good length,
Consistently.
a gully, extra cover and cover,
That's
your
right.
protection, and you build
Exactly.
pressure. So I agree with you, but maybe they have a plan in mind in which these 2 fielders, or the deep square leg and fine leg, are going to come into
No,
play.
but Ishmael don't have any pace to deal with that.
Peters begs to differ as Karim Agor works this ball into the leg side, picked up by the deep square leg fielder Damari Benter, collected comfortably, and they get a single. Peters might argue with you that he has a bit more express pace than you give him the benefit of.
If you argue, that doesn't mean you're correct.
Agreed. 100% agreed, as we see Michael Greaves taking strike for the first time after tea. As we see Ishmael Peters approaching 2 slips and a gully for Michael Greaves. And it's back of a length, just defended quite comfortably, quite quietly by Michael Greaves to end the over. And after 10 overs, the Liberta Blackhawks 45 for 2.
Yes, well played there by Graves. That particular delivery, was a bit too short. You understand? You have to ask Graves to come on the front foot, just outside the off stump. That's, been watching these guys over the years and playing against these guys over the years. You must understand the way they play. So, immediately when a batsman comes to the crease, you should know exactly what sort of feel you need, what sort of line and length you need.
Well, we see Alzari Joseph bringing in his deep square leg to standard square leg just next to the umpire. As we see Alzari Joseph continuing into his 6th over.
So that means he's going to bowl outside the off stump. And he's gone.
And Karim Agor goes, caught by that same square leg fielder brought in just next to the umpire. Looks to be Dravid Richardson. And Karim Agor goes, caught off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for just 6.
A very good bowling there from Alzari Joseph. That one just seems to took off from a particular length. He made extra height on the batsman there. So he could not, handle it. He could not handle that particular delivery because a lot of bounce, and he was uncomfortable, So that's
well,
the
these are the lengths. These are the lengths that are supposed to be bowled on this type of wicket, and I think with the experience that Alzari Joseph has, he would have picked up on that earlier up and bowling it, targeting the stumps just around that length, just about 5 meters, 6 meters, just back of a length, would have given him he wasn't confident enough, Karim Agor, in just how much it would bounce, and it just took off. And an easy catch for the square leg fielder, correction being Jedediah Martin, not Dravid Richardson.
And if you could recall, in the first innings while New Winchop was batting, they were saying that the pitch does not assist the fast bowlers. And I was saying to you, it's for you to just find that particular line and length on the pitch to be successful. Every pitch would not be able to come on to the batsman or, take it off as a bowler.
I'm not going to cut your roots, but Elroy Francis has just made his way to the middle. And as we would have known, elephants' memories are very long, and maybe Alzari Joseph's memory is just as long. Do recall that Elroy Francis would have been bowling a few bumpers to Alzari Joseph, and we see that returned in kind, as the first ball to Elroy Francis is a rising delivery off of a back of a length. And I think Alzari would have remembered in his innings of 97 that he got a few short balls from Elroy Francis.
Well, you know, if you dish it out, you should expect it. You know, that's the name of this game. They say gentleman, but his man.
No love is lost between these two in the beautiful game of cricket as we see Alzari Joseph steaming in yet again to Elroy Francis. Not as short as the first one, back of a length, just about the ribs. Comfortably played by Elroy.
Yeah.
But as we're looking towards the east, it's not looking very promising for this game as we see the dark grey clouds that would signal rain just easing in from the east. But I'm sure that for the New Winthrops team, they want to get as much wickets as possible before this rain comes, because that might just be the end of day's play going into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah. As you say, the rain seems to be setting in on the eastern side there, looking to come in. So we see groundsmen getting ready to get that cover zone.
Yes, we see Azari steaming in again, a fuller length, probing length, and defended off the back foot. Maybe he should have come forward, Elroy Francis, if I'm being a bit too nitpicky. But we see some groundsmen, or the players for Liberta Blackhawks, just going over to tend to the covers. And what was a gentle walk is now turning into a brisk jog, as we see the ever-increasing numbers of players going to retrieve the covers. And he follows it up with a full, almost a Yorker length delivery. But again, Roots, with the field position and the field placements where it is, fine leg, a deep square leg, he sent back that man. Do you think that a short ball or two aimed just around the armpit is coming, or do you think he's going to look to attack?
Probably, but then it could be a double bluff as well. You know, because you could put the guy back on the square leg position and then pitch it up, you know, because the batsman may think he's going to get something short.
Well, Elroy Francis, who has some experience at the professional level, playing for the Leeward Islands in the Breakout League last year, should be more than perceptive enough to see through a double bluff like that, considering that he is in your terms, a seam bowler, not a pace bowler.
For me, I think Elroy would have been a better spinner.
Okay.
To me, I'm only talking for me.
Well,
I think Elroy would have been a better player as a spinner and a batsman than a pace bowler and a batsman, because here is it. It's going to be difficult for him as a pace bowler and a batsman at the same time, all-rounder, doing pace.
Yeah, that's very taxing on the body, I do agree. As we see Ishmael Peters from the police station end, a very hard length being bowled by Ishmael Peters. What we'd like to see is that he continues that hard length, force the batsman to make mistakes.
Well, my view on that, his length, Peters' length, should be a little bit fuller, asking Graves to come on the front foot, and then occasionally you push him back. I think Graves is more vulnerable on the front foot. Yes, he's a good player. Yes, he can play through the offside and looks good, but he's vulnerable outside the off stump still.
Yes, I think it's important. What I would have seen from watching Michael Greaves through the years is that you have to attack him within his first 30 balls. Get it full, not too full to drive, but get it full and attack him early with his first 30 balls. That is, and as you would have said before, push him back and then bring him forward.
Exactly.
That's a really good short ball there by Ishmael Peters, rising off a back of a length. Michael Greaves did well to get out the way of that one. But as we're saying, Michael Greaves has good temperament, good technique, but those first 30 balls are very important to getting him a bit roughed up.
Yeah, good player. But, sometimes a player's strength could also be his weakness. And if you feed him with his strength a lot, you could eventually end up and, capture him.
Very well bowled by Ishmael Peters. Again, back of the length. I'm sure that the odd fuller delivery is going to be coming shortly.
That's very well bowled, Asher, but that particular delivery ain't creating any problems for the batsman because, as you realize, he never even offered a shot. That was like nothing to me.
Well, if I could take you back to your younger days, I'm not going to say playing days because I believe you still have some years in you to play some cricket.
I'm still
I agree.
playing.
I agree.
I'm still playing.
So
not
back in your
every day like you,
back in your younger days, not your playing days, your younger days.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to believe that cricket would have been sold as a 80% mental game, 20% physical. You have to outthink the batsman. You have to outthink the bowler.
And from
do you think that it's
that's what it has been?
Do you think that it holds true today that these cricketers are as strategic as your generation? Do they play cricket as hard? Because I would have heard your generation back in the day say, well, it's war on the field. We can be friends off of the field, but it's war on the field. Do you think that still holds true today?
No, that's not going for today's guys. I think they're more softer kind of guys, more, they're not tough guys. I don't think the guys today could withstand the real tough times. They would crumble.
Well, with the likes of people that I would have heard of back in the day, the Hungry Walshes, the step lights or stoplights, all of these players, they bowl genuine pace. So you had to be sharp. You had to be willing to fight the fight. You're saying it doesn't hold as true today.
No.
As we see Alzari Joseph steaming in yet again. Stood up tall on that one was Elroy Francis and worked it into the offside for a single. But with the express pace like Alzari Joseph in these competitions, I believe that it's a good thing for Antigua's cricket that a lot of the international players and regional players that we have on offer can come back into the local system just to kind of improve our caliber and share their experiences and knowledge with the younger players, with the local players to improve our cricket.
Yes, that's true, and that's good. And you have a few Leeward Islands players as well in the mix. So that's very good for Antigua's cricket, and for Leeward Islands cricket.
And a vicious short ball there by Alzari Joseph to Michael Greaves. He ducks onto that one a bit too late for my liking, but he survives nonetheless. This is going to be a tough ask for Michael Greaves, and may not have faced this type of pace for the entirety of the two-day competition. So to be hurried in such a way might be a new experience for him. But as the kind of caliber that he is, I'm sure he'll be able to handle it in time.
Well, this is a test for him, and he should really be looking at it as every game is a test for him.
Most definitely, as we see Alzari Joseph in again on the money, just on that off-stump line, maybe having a few words. I'm sure they may be words of encouragement to Michael Greaves, Keep your eyes open, Just remember that the short ball is always around the corner. You don't get too comfortable on the front foot. But yes, this is a great test for Michael Greaves. And these kinds of competitions is what's going to raise the standard of cricket, local cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. But I do hope that parents watching, if you're watching the live stream, please encourage your children to take part in physical activity, please. I mean, these children nowadays are surrounded by technology. It's more than abundant. But what is lacking is the physical component, the motor skills, the interpersonal skills that you learn from team sports or from sports in general. Is more than important. So when we have televised coverage, when we have finals like these that people from all over the country will come and attend. Please walk with the children. Don't be afraid to bring them. Let them run. Let them play. Find friends. Because this is where it starts, Roots, you know. They have to start young, take an interest in the game, and then you'll see them out here in 8 to 9 years or 8 to 10 years, you know.
Maybe not so much, maybe 4 to 5 years.
Most definitely. Alzari Joseph in again. Back of a length. We have Michael Greaves squaring up, but still playing it quite comfortably. Again, some words for Michael Greaves from Alzari Joseph. Maybe just to ask how you're doing, you know. Is everything okay? Is the ball swinging? You know.
I'm really happy to see Alzari Joseph, you know, a West Indies player, you know, current West Indies player. You know, it's only because of certain injuries and stuff why he's not in the team presently. But I'm happy to see him here, you know, participating in the local tournament, you know. And I'm just hoping that some of the younger guys who say they want to do pace bowling, you know, actually watching him and learning from him.
Most definitely. And it's always nice to see the international players imparting knowledge when available. And this is hostile stuff here from Alzari Joseph. Hostile stuff indeed. Michael Greaves having to take evasive action. Alzari just asking him if he sniffed it, if he smelled it. I'm sure
He did.
And a very exciting end to the over. After 13 overs, the Liberta Blackhawks 46 for 3. And this is maybe the kind of the kind of fight that we need to see more of, the kind of intent, the kind of aggression. We need to bring that back. Bring a little bit of spice, some seasoning back to local cricket to kind of entice people, you know?
And
this is what's needed.
Yeah, exactly. But another thing is that so much finance is in the game today. That should be a lot of encouragement. That should be a lot of boost for the younger guys coming up. Here is it that you'll be doing something that you love and making millions rather than going out there and doing some construction.
I think you're firing some shots at some of our first-class players, some local players. Construction over hard work, okay. As we see Ishmael Peters continuing to Elroy Francis, he just squeezes it into the leg side for a single. But I agree wholeheartedly. I mean,
but it's not really firing shots, you know. It's just like you basically you sitting down. We are over here sitting down and watching the cricket and observing everything. So we are taking in everything, and we notice certain things with the players that we are watching. They don't have that sort of, you know, zest, venom.
Worked into the leg side by Michael Greaves. Well timed, but to the fielder as we see Damari Benter coming up from deep square leg to square leg. But I do agree. I mean, there's a certain flair and a certain aggression that we seem to be lacking in West Indies cricket currently. And, well, in local cricket and by extension, West Indies cricket. I mean, Alzari Joseph may be one of the few that you see that fire, that hostility that we may not be able to see from a collective of the group. As we see Michael Greaves driving through the covers, not timed as well as he would have liked, and gets a single. But there seems to be a light drizzle across the grounds. The dark grey clouds that we would have mentioned before are just moving across slowly, making their way from the east to the west. But yes, Roots, I mean, your generation, y'all came up on hard cricket, you know, playing cricket hard, you know, mental toughness.
Yeah, we
mean,
played hard against each other. We played very hard against each other. We going for the kill against each other very hard. So when we combine to face others, it's trouble.
Agreed. A hard volley outside the off stop by Ishmael Peters, and Elroy Francis releasing the hands, but to no avail as it goes through to the keeper. We see Alzari Joseph and the captain Nino Henry just having a quick talk, maybe about changing strategy, maybe a few field adjustments. But as we have seen so far, it's going to be a battle to the end. I mean, rain might play a big part in the rest of this game. As we see the Liberta Blackhawks still trailing by 130 odd. But considering that we are in the third session of the day and it may be cut short, this game might just be this trophy might be decided by first innings. What do you think, Roots?
Correct. Yeah, you have to watch the weather conditions. Looking a bit overcast. You never know what can happen. So when you have the first innings at stake, you have to make sure you take that. Because finals. This is a finals. You want to be in front every time. Every section of the game, you want to be in front. You never want to be behind, because then you could just find yourself losing the game, and trying to fight yourself to get back in front. You don't want that. You want to stay ahead.
Well, for the first time in this ABCA two-day competition, it might be safe to say that this is the first time that Liberta Blackhawks would be under a bit of pressure to kind of force the issue as opposed to playing their normal game. Because Kofi James normally would have given them a flyer and they would have been, say, 80 or 90 for the loss of 1 wicket, and now they're 50 for the loss of 3. So, I mean, trying to play the game from behind may not be beneficial for Liberta going forward, especially with rain being such a big part of this match.
Yes, and this is the sort of things that we need, because Liberta has been very dominant, over the years. And you need someone to stand up to Liberta. You don't allow Liberta to just come and crush you. What sort of cricket you playing? if you just showing up and just say, Liberta crush me. What is that?
No. If I'm not mistaken, Roots, in your days, if I'm not mistaken, Liberta would have had a 7-peat in the two-day competition in your play days. Was that not so?
No.
Was that not so?
No, nothing goes so. You don't have no facts there, Asha. That's not facts.
From my sources, that are not verified sources.
Listen, when
Liberta was a dominant team in your play days.
They were a dominant team in my playing days, but Liberta never won 7 championships back to back while I was playing. That don't make sense.
We see a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Damari Benter, we see our first sign of spin from the New Winthrops Lions. Damari Benter bowling from the pavilion end. His first ball just quietly played back to him. And Damari Benter, I think he's in the top 5 for wicket takers this year in this competition's two-day. And he started well so far, bringing the batsman forward, forcing the batsman to play.
I think Damari Benter is an underrated player in Antigua. I think so. I think the guy is a good little player. Yeah, but others don't see it that way.
I mean, yeah, he was responsible for that brilliant catch taken on the boundary off of Kofi James. He would have had, I think, 1 or 2 centuries so far for the two-day season, including 143, if I'm not mistaken, and still being in the top 10 in terms of runs, top 5 wickets. It's a solid performance for what you would have classified as an underrated player.
Yeah, I think he's there's much room for improvement, you understand. But I'm saying, based on what I've seen over the years, he's an okay player. As I say, there's room for improvement. So it's for him to just put in some extra work and, move on to the other level. Because that's what he's playing for, to move to the other level.
Most definitely, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because for those who don't know, his father would have played cricket for Antigua, his brother playing cricket for Antigua, and he's just following in the footsteps of the family. So at the end of the over, a brilliant ball to end the over. It looks like an arm ball just going past the outside edge of Elroy Francis Jr. And we see a dual change in the attack. So Alzari Joseph and Ishmael Peters both being rested, as we see Orandel Boston coming into the attack from the police station end.
Yeah, good little spell there from Alzari Joseph as well, putting in some hard work, running in, hitting the pitch, and, putting, trying a lot of things just to try and get some wickets to get his team in the driver's seat position.
Well, it's not going to be spin from both ends. It's going to be pace continuing from the police station end, as we see Cameron Pennyfeather into the attack. Against
Medium pace.
Medium pace. Well, some may argue that is a bit more fast medium than medium, but
no.
But let's talk a bit about y'all.
Let's seeing the same thing.
Let's talk a bit about your generation, because I'd like to believe that this generation doesn't predominantly have medium pace. I mean, they bowl with a little bit of gas, a little bit of gas.
Okay.
A little bit of gas.
I hear you. I hear you.
In terms of real pace, who would you have said would have been your generation of real pace?
My generation of real pace?
Yes, real pace. Because we have Alzari, and would you consider your village man, Kelvin Pittman, real pace?
Yes, real pace, but not really much control.
Understood. As you
And
see,
to be effective with real pace, you must have some sort of control. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you there, as we see Cameron Pennyfeather maybe proving you right a bit in terms of his pace, but consistency is what will matter at the end of the day.
That's correct.
In terms of applying pressure and bowling dot balls.
That's correct. Line and length is the name of the game.
But I've heard some names back in your days that would have been quite fearsome, like Tariq Prince, if you don't know, and there's people with the name of Tower and Baxter. I've always heard stories that they were express, and I've never really had the opportunity to see with my own eyes, other than the embellishment and the hyperbole of you older folk. I don't want to say older folk, but just grown folk. So how would you compare Tariq Prince in terms of pace? How would you compare Hungry Walsh in terms of pace to our current batch of cricket?
Well, Hungry, I would have seen Hungry in his later days, not in his prime. I would have seen him ending off, when he used to play for the combined St. Paul's team in the Parish League competition. That's where I saw Hungry. But I would have heard of him, but I've never really seen him in his prime. But Kevin Archibald Baxter, I think in my time he was one of the best.
He was one of the fastest.
Fast and control and movements in and out. He was good.
But you seem to have forgotten your countryman.
Who's that?
Gavin Dung.
Kevin Archibald was better than Gavin Dung. Kevin Archibald.
We have some very serious allegations here in the commentary booth.
Say what they want. I know the two guys.
We have some serious allegations from you. We're hearing it first from you.
No. I'm not coming with no allegations. I'm coming with the truth.
Kevin Archibald would have been a better pace bowler than Gavin Dung, the former West Indian fast bowler.
Kevin Archibald was one of the best pace bowlers that I've ever seen. Growing up together, Kevin Archibald, superb.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, not to cut our discussion short, but the rain seems to be coming down a bit heavier. It has escalated from a light drizzle to a light rain, if you would call it so. The umpires are doing their best to try and get as much play as possible before they call for the covers. I mean, it's very much overcast now. It might be better for the fast bowlers in terms of swinging conditions, but it's not good.
A little bit of
just kissing the deck and getting a bit more zip. But back to I believe that I have no frame of reference for seeing these bowlers for you to make these sorts of These.
No, well, these are two guys that I would have grown up with. I don't know if you know, but when I started my cricketing career as a youngster, I was doing pace bowling as well. So it was myself, Gavin Tong, and Kevin Archibald, three of us doing pace bowling for Bethesda Sports Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you may not be aware of the person I am talking to, my partner, this is Anthony I-Roots Martin, who is a former West Indian player who bowled leg spin. So this is information for me that you would have started your cricketing career bowling seam up. Let me not say pace because I'm not sure how fast you were.
I was rapid.
You were rapid.
As a bowler, I would have had a few helmets.
Well, considering that there's some laughs reverberating around the commentary booth, I'm not sure how truthful those claims are.
No, because they would have known.
So you would have collected the helmets of the likes of former Leeward Islands player Joari Edwards. You would have collected a few helmets.
A few helmets. I'm not.
And Joari Edwards was one.
But I had him bobbing and weaving all the time.
Oh wow. The truth is coming out here on the airways, folks. As we see Damari Benter continuing from the pavilion end, having Elroy Francis in a bit of trouble. That light drizzle, having a few drops of moisture on the field would allow the ball to skid through a lot more for the spinner. And Damari Benter, who's known to have a very good arm ball, a very good slider, this would work in his favor. I mean, at this point in time, New Inthrops, what do you make of it? Do you think it's even, Steven, 50-50? Who has the lead so far? Who is ahead in the game?
Well, at this point in time, it's basically balance, I'm saying, because the batting for Liberta Blackhawks goes, it's deep, so having 3 wickets down for 53 runs, 20 odd runs behind, I would say it's even for the time being. It's even. So, yeah, 120. Yeah, it's basically even at this time. So
130 runs behind.
Yeah.
We have the likes of Raheem Cornwall still to come, Joshua Thomas still to come, Tariq Charles, a young and upcoming player, still to come. So they're still batting in the tank for Liberta Blackhawks, as we see Michael Greaves just easing one through the covers. A misfield by Tyrone Williams Jr. at extra cover allows them to get the single. And Liberta Blackhawks move on to 54 for 3 from just a little over 17 overs. But for how you grew up, and we talk about this guy Baxter. I've heard of him. I think I faced one over from Baxter when I was a young guy. And that is rapid. I must say it was rapid, and he had skill that I wasn't accustomed to. He was able to move the ball both ways, as in swing and outswing. He was able to put the ball on a spot if required. He had a certain control that I never really seen from express pace bowlers with the likes of Baxter, and that would have been in his twilight years, towards the back end of his career. You would have known more about him. These sorts of characters, these sorts of players, are they still around the cricket to guide the youth, or have they been more? Have they more or less vanished from the sport?
From time to time, Archibald would go around, but he's not a person who would go around every day like regular, because he's still a different kind of person. He's not a talky kind of person like that, so you wouldn't find him going around and talking a lot. But when he talks, you need to listen and gain some knowledge and some experience, because he's very knowledgeable and very experienced where cricket is concerned.
Agreed. We see Cameron Pennyfeather continuing from the police station end. He's bowling some hard lengths, maybe not as troubling as Ishmael Peters or Alzari Joseph, but getting the job done, building dot balls, building pressure. But it's a very interesting conversation to have. I mean, the interest in cricket in the Caribbean has been waning over the course of a few years. And, I mean, characters like these, the Kevin Archibalds, the Anthony Martins, the Juari Edwards, it's to encourage the youth and to just be around in an advisory capacity, just to kind of encourage the younger players through and build an interest in the game. You know?
Yes, but I don't understand certain things, because the youngsters these days, if you try to, give them some knowledge, you understand? If you try to give them some knowledge, they don't listen.
Well, somebody would have coined a name here in the commentary box, another one that you may have known, Boaster. You tell me a bit about Boaster. How is Boaster?
Well, Boaster, he's a bit older than I am, and but I would have seen him, and he was quick as well. Goldwyn Prince. Yeah, he was really quick.
Of any relation to Tariq Prince?
It's about yeah. He's a family of Tariq Prince, his cousins.
You see, well, this brings me on to
Two
my
brothers,
point, because
two brothers' son.
Because again, family connections, and everybody grows up in the space of sports. I mean, in your guys' generation, I mean, it's commonplace to just go on the pasture after school, and you're playing football or cricket or knock up, whatever the case is.
We played everything.
Everything.
But sports, we played everything. Marble, tennis, basketball. Even though we are not good at it, we played everything, because every sports playing, we're there.
Right, and those are the same sentiments I hold. I'm with you with that children should be able, or should be encouraged, to be as physically active as possible, because it builds a certain level of coordination and motor skills that would serve you well into your older years. But it seems to not be as important or as significant as it would have been in your days. But very unusual as we see a no ball bowled by a spinner, Damari Benter, just overstepping a bit.
Yeah, I have a problem with spinners overstepping. That's a problem for me. I don't like that. That's a real big problem. I have a real problem with that. Spinners should never overstep. If it's a no ball, it should be something where too many fielders there or whatever. Not a spinner overstepping and creating a no ball. I don't believe in that.
Well, just a few conversations, a few words being had between the umpire Damari Benter and Michael Greaves as Elroy Francis calls for some gloves from the pavilion. But as we would have, I'll take this time to go through the scorecard. So far, Liberta Blackhawks, after 18 overs, a 62 for 3. Kofi James, 26 off of 24 deliveries. A bright start to the innings with 3 4s and 1 6. Brent Joseph, he struggled early up to handle the pace of Alzari Joseph, and he was caught by Dravid Richardson off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 8 off of 23 deliveries. Michael Greaves and Elroy Francis not out at the crease, 5 and 8 respectively. And Kareem Agor, the captain, caught off the bowling of Alzari Joseph for 6. So far, so good. I mean, it's not looking good weather-wise here at Ball Beef, as it seems to me like the players are going to maybe take a drink. Yes, it looks like drinks. The groundsmen doesn't seem to be on high alert. They're just on standby, no longer at the ready, but still overcast.
Yeah, it seems to be drizzling a little bit, and the rain seems to be coming a little bit closer.
So based on the experience of people who would have lived in Liberta their whole life, I was told that the clouds are going towards All Saints, which is towards the center of Antigua and Barbuda, as opposed to coming to the grounds here at Ball Beef. But nonetheless,
well, we have to listen to the Liberta weatherman.
most definitely.
As you mentioned, he would have been here
all
for
his life,
a very long time, even before we were born.
Maybe so. But while they take drinks, I mean, we can get back to our conversation. You've made some mention of Boaster, Baxter, Tower, Steplight from New Introps. I know about these guys. Ricky Christopher, Grill, I think they call him Grill.
And why you think you got that name?
Because from my young person's perspective, I would think, because helmets have grills in front of them, he hit that on a regular, so they call him Grill.
That's right. It's like
Okay.
You hit the grill, so we have to call you Grill.
We have to call you Grill. Yes. He's a funny customer. I faced him in Parish League when I was a little boy, and he had a funny action where his front foot landed sideways as opposed to coming straight over. It's almost like, have you ever seen Veronica Brown from the sprinter, from Veronica Campbell Brown, the sprinter from Jamaica?
Yes.
He lands almost like that. His foot doesn't come straight up. It was very puzzling to me at the time, but he was quick. And at 12 years old, facing somebody who's 40, and I was thinking that, he's on his way out. No. He was quick, and with along the likes of Hungry Walsh, who used to put on a back brace to bowl at the time. These guys were quick to me, and in the last few years that I've seen, I don't think I've seen anybody challenging in terms of their pace and control like these gentlemen that we would have named back in the day. But enough about bowlers, because I'm sure that the bowlers get enough credit as it is.
Bowlers
in terms
never,
of batsmen,
bowlers never
in terms
get
of batsmen,
enough
I
credit.
think I
Bowlers
see
never
Juari
get enough
Edwards
credit.
around the corner, looking a bit miffed that we're talking about the accolades about good fast bowlers and good spinners without mentioning any batsmen. I mean, your friend right there, Juari Edwards, would have scored mountains of runs against you and Bethesda back in the day.
No, I think you're incorrect.
Am I? Well, I mean, Juari Edwards might...
Maybe he would have scored some runs, but not the mountain that you're talking about.
I mean, I think the scorebooks would beg to differ. I mean, I'm sure if you go in those scorebooks, you might see a few hundreds against Bethesda. Anthony Martin bowling 8 overs for potentially 37 runs.
Never. Juari never score 100 against Bethesda. Never. Maybe elsewhere. Yes, because he was a decent player. We met up since on the 15 days, and we played for Antigua on the 15, Leewards on the 15, and coming up to the ranks on the 19, and yeah.
Lovely cricket. It's good to reminisce sometimes, as we see.
Yes. And if you don't know, I made the West Indies on the 15 in 1998 as a pace bowler.
I'll not doubt your accolades.
How can you doubt?
I will not doubt your accolades and your ability to bowl pace. I will not doubt that at all. But I will argue the pace. I'll not argue your control, but I'll argue the pace.
What do you have to say about the pace?
If we're looking at under 15 cricket, I mean, maybe it was good for the time, but maybe when you got 18 or 19 or 20, that pace was still at under 15 level.
No, I started spinning those days.
Maybe that's why you had to
I
start
started
to spin.
spinning during under 19 days.
Yeah, because the pace, I don't think the pace was working out.
No, and I made on West Indies on the 15. That doesn't make sense. I had an injury. I had an accident.
Agreed.
And, based on the accident, it was difficult for me to continue pace bowling. So
I understand.
I said to myself, I still need to play some cricket. So let me just change over to something that's not so hectic on the back.
And this is a strong mindset that is needed, the fight, the warrior mentality that is needed, that by all means, cricket must be played. And we're going to play cricket hard and competitively. After 19 overs, the Liberta Blackhawks 65 for 3. Elroy Francis and Michael Greaves not out on 5 and 9 respectively. As we see Cameron Pennyfeather continuing from the police station end.
And I want to big up Colin James, wherever you may be. I know you're tuned in, Big up to you, Colin.
That's right, as we see Cameron Pennyfeather in, and it's a short ball. And as we would have mentioned before, he does not have the Alzari Joseph pace. So Elroy Francis, who got a short ball from Cameron Pennyfeather, has pulled that comfortably and high in front of square for 6 over the deep square leg fielder, that is Damari Benter. He was tracking back for a bit, but he gave up eventually. And that is 6 runs to Elroy Francis Jr. He moves on to 15 off of 30 deliveries.
Yes, a good shot there from Elroy Francis. Surely not the length that Cameron should be bowling. Cameron should be looking to pitch up that ball just outside the off stump and strengthen the offside. That's what it should be.
Well, he thinks and he believes that he has the pace to challenge these batsmen on the back foot. As we see Elroy Francis pulling again into the deep square leg region comfortably for 1, this time all along the ground.
Yes, with the, as I mentioned, with that sort of pace that Cameron has, Cameron needs to pack the offside and pitch it up. Uppish length, not half volleys, but just uppish length. You know, uppish length doesn't always mean half volleys. You know, ask the batsman to come forward, to come on the front foot.
Most definitely. As we see him bowling a bit fuller, but onto the leg side, where they're going for 2. But a good throw from Dravid Richardson down at the fine leg region stops any attempt at a second run. And 1 run to Michael Greaves.
And so Javid Richardson is the son of Evie Richardson?
Yes, I've heard about that. I have spoken a lot to Evie Richardson because he is a part of a local contingent who watches cricket wherever they go. And I call them affectionately Cricket Parliament. You know, because it consists of some of the likes of Hugo. I'm sure you would have called him manage back in your days, Evie Richardson. A few of the older folk who watch and want to see a revival of the golden age of West Indies cricket. But yes, the son of Evie Richardson, Dravid Richardson, he's been working hard with his longtime coach. Another international and friend of yours, Sylvester Joseph, coming into the finals. Not working out, but again, it's all a part of the game. That's the length he should be bowling.
That's the length he should be bowling, but not that straight. You know, that's the particular length that Cameron Pennyfeather should be bowling. But what he needs now is that length just a bit outside the off stump, like a 4th stump, and that's the length. And I bet you, if Pennyfeather bowls 12 deliveries in that area, he gets a wicket.
Well, yeah, I think that may be a tough ask to have any bowler bowl 12 balls consistently. No, but I'm sure with the likes.
No, it doesn't have to be consistently. Maybe you put 4, and then 4, and then you understand. It doesn't have to be, because if you can bowl 12 deliveries consistently in a particular area, you're a good player. You're a good bowler.
Agreed. I would have remembered being told that as a leg spinner, if you can bowl 4 out of 6 balls where you want to bowl them, that's pretty good for a leg spinner.
Pretty good. In my time when I used to play, I used to aim for 4 deliveries in the good areas in my over. I want to bowl 6, but I'm aiming hard for 4. And if you can do that, yes.
Yes, it puts pressure on the batsman, agreed, as we see Damari Benter continuing into his 4th over into Damari Benter. But consistency is king. Consistency is key, as we've been told many a time.
And you see, sometimes if you bowl 4 good balls in a particular area, sometimes when you bowl the 5th one, it may not be in that good area, but you get the wicket.
Correct.
Because of the pressure that you would have created.
Correct. And I hear some of the spectators for the Liberta Blackhawks, they are mentioning singles. And yes, rotation of strike is key, especially when the pressure is on. Damari Benter bowling with 2 men outside the circle, a deep mid-wicket, and a long on. Ishmael Peters at long on. Captain Nino Henry at mid-off. As we see Damari Benter, very well bowled, just outside the line of the off stump, forcing Michael Greaves forward. And nothing much, a very quiet defense. But There are people, spectators, they are filling in slowly but surely, avid cricket watchers. I'm not seeing much of the cricket parliament here at the grounds today. I know they're getting up in age.
Another thing about, you see, here, Asha, we doing commentary here for the finals. That's good. But I think the ACA should, really look into themselves, and at least one game every week should be broadcast. Whether it be Facebook, whatever, something, some sort of social media, whatever the case is. But at least one game every week should be televised broadcast, something, so that even if people, they're not at the game, they could at least tune in and get the results or follow to see what's happening.
So what you're suggesting is a feature match every weekend of our first class competition here in Antigua. At least one game, because I think there would have been 4 games played per week, because we have 8 teams. 5 games. So 10 teams in the tournament, 5 games per week. One game, the necessary resources could be delegated such that one could be televised.
Yes.
That seems like a very reasonable proposal.
I think, that the association should look really deeply into that, because everyone won't be able to come over to the game, but you can tune in, so something for them to look at. I don't know, maybe you could get a little bit of information across.
Most definitely. It's something that I'm sure the association would be looking into. I'm sure they're looking into it at some point.
Have you spoken to them about that? Because you're saying that they're looking into it, because it seems as if you had a conversation.
I could only assume. But it's a very good initiative nonetheless. I mean, it may garner some people who may not be able to make it to the grounds to maybe come out and at least show their support digitally, But we see a change in bowling from the police station end, or the northern end, Orandale Boston, number 3 into the attack, an off spinner.
And that's some pretty poor fielding there from that fielder, the extra cover region there. That's I wouldn't be pleased.
Yes, that's Ishmael Peters at extra cover. I mean, all bowlers would not be satisfied with any bowler giving extra runs to their total. But what could be the cardinal still is dropping a catch. And I would know from experience, playing alongside you, Anthony Martin, that somebody dropping your catch is akin to going to jail.
No, it's a problem. No, it's a problem, because, you see, when I go out to train, I train very hard. So when I'm in the field, I try to make sure I take every catch. You understand? That's my aim, to take every catch that comes to me. So you should be celebrating as a bowler when the ball comes to me. So I want to celebrate as a bowler when it comes to you.
Safe hands indeed. As we see Elroy Francis trying to be expansive, trying to access the offside against an off spinner, a bit dangerous. As we see a big gap, there's no cover, just an extra cover and a point. As we see Bling, as he is affectionately known, into the... Again, he seems to be on the fuller side. Nothing wrong, forcing the Elroy Francis to drive.
Nothing wrong with that, but if you're going to be bowling like that, you need some extra protection in that cover region. You see that cover is close and straight. You need a one just a little bit wide.
Most definitely. As we see a ball passing the straight mid-wicket fielder, Tyrone Williams.
And you see, there's where the consistency comes in, because here is it, you bowl a good delivery, it was stroked to the extra cover region, and the next delivery, it was played on the onside. You have to maintain that sort of line and length in order to create pressure.
Agreed. And this is especially important in test match cricket, in unlimited overs cricket, where the goal is that you have to take 10 wickets. In limited overs cricket, the overs are going to run out.
Exactly. In limited overs, no, you don't have to take any wickets, just keep it tight. Just keep it tight, because if the batter's not scoring, nothing you need to fight.
But do you think that with the increase in interest in T20 cricket and its evolution to 180 and 200 being a pass score, that has kind of shifted the mindset of bowlers now to mix their deliveries as opposed to bowling one line and length consistently?
Well, I think that 2020 is much more different from this. This is the original cricket.
Yes, and some would argue that this is the purest form of cricket, test match cricket. Usually played over 5 days, but here in Antigua and Barbuda we have a weekend-long tournament, which is 2 days. As we see Elroy Francis collecting a 4 off the bowling of Damari Benter, just tickling it around to the leg side, passing the short fine leg fielder. But as you would have mentioned, consistency is key.
Consistency is key. This is a real cricket. This is cricket. Everything else comes from this.
Because what I would like to see now, and what I think Damari Benter would be trying to do, is bowl it just about fourth stump and try and rip it through the gates and challenge the batsman's inside as well as outside edge, because he has a very good arm ball.
Yes, but if it's not ripping, you can't get too wide. If the ball is not turning, you cannot get too wide. You have to keep close. You understand? For instance, that particular delivery, that was very wide, and there was no protection on the offside. So as long as you hit through the line and you get over the extra cover, it's boundary, 2 or more.
Well, it seems to me like Elroy Francis is getting into his work now. 2 boundaries off the over so far. He moves on to 28 off of 40 deliveries after a difficult start to his innings. He's getting himself in now. Damari Benter into him once again. Not as full, a bit back of the length, and he rocks back Elroy Francis and just plays it quietly to Tyrone Williams Jr. at the mid-wicket.
Ooh.
He's got himself into a sticky position. Elroy Francis looking to come down the wicket, and Damari Benter would have seen him coming and just pushed it a bit wider.
Yeah, what happens here now, Elroy Francis seems to, be running out of patience here, because there's no need to do what he just did.
Most definitely, but once he's on and his eye is in, so he's going to up the tempo in his own way.
Up the tempo or get out. Up the tempo is different from getting out.
Agreed. And this is where temperament is important in 2-day cricket, in the longer format of the game. Temperament, how you pace your innings, how you score, that's the true mark of what a good batsman would be.
And that's what they need to understand. A lot of the young guys, they play cricket these days, but they don't understand the game. That's the real big problem that we have in here, in the Leeward Islands.
Agreed, but I don't think it's just isolated to the Leeward Islands. I think on a wider scale, batsmanship across the West Indies has decreased, and I'm not sure what the exact reason is, but your reasoning is also very important. Maybe the lack of understanding to how to build an innings, how to work along with the ebbs and flows of an innings, because there are going to be periods of time when you're batting that you're not going to score, and there are going to be times where you're going to be scoring heavily. But if you force trying to score heavily, you're going to get out. But if you force not scoring, you're not going to score. So it comes with understanding, it comes with experience, but more importantly, it comes with guidance. And the guidance comes to you, Roots.
seems to be a little issue here with the ball. I don't know. The two umpires coming together here just to have a little chat, a little discussion. Don't know.
Yeah,
It
there
seems
might
to
be
an issue.
Yep, there might be an issue with the ball, with the light drizzle that we had over the course of 15, 20 minutes, and the ball going into the outfield. It might have caused the ball to be deformed ever so slightly.
Okay.
So while they sort out that particular issue, I'm sure there would be some conversation around that. We seem to be having a lot of visitors here in the commentary booth, and I have some conversations. Apparently, the icon, I was told that your friend was a very fine fast bowler back in his day. Any word on that? He was sharp. He was sharp. Sharper than you. Okay. I was just joined by a friend of iRoots, Martin. A very good batsman back in his day.
Listen, you don't have to ask friends about me. You could ask some of my enemies about me as well. And if they're true, they'll give you the true answer.
There's no enemy. There's no enemies in cricket. We have all we all one love, man. One love. We might be enemies on the field, but off the field, we're all right. We're all right. But a lovely day of cricket here so far. Very competitive cricket so far. The Liberta Blackhawks has quietly built a partnership between Elroy Francis and Michael Greaves. A quiet partnership forming, 42 off of 78. They kind of weathered the early storm of Alzari Joseph and Ishmael Peters. And they are just under 100 runs behind.
Yeah, you see the third umpire running out to the box of balls. Need to get a new ball or something. Change a ball.
Yes, it seems to me that Liberta Blackhawks are in a bit of a comfortable position as we see their number 7 batsman, it looks like. Joshua Thomas, not even with any pads on. So it seems like they have a lot of faith in the pair at the crease, Michael Greaves and Elroy Francis.
Yeah, well, it's kind of tilting now into Liberta Blackhawks. You know.
Yes, it seems to be tilting in their favor.
Yeah.
They haven't lost any wickets so far.
87 for 3.
No wickets lost so far in this session for the Liberta Blackhawks. It might be a bit concerning for the Lions, but I'm sure that the spin bowlers will get into their work sooner or later. But something has to be done because it might be getting away from them.
It is, because at 87 for 3. Yeah. They need to do something.
Agreed. And it's going to be important here for the New Winthrops Lions to pull together at this point in time and not be dejected, not be discouraged, as I see some of the players in the outfield just maybe taking a break, having a seat. Not necessarily with the team at the time at the huddle. Not promising signs, but they need to be a bit more together, I assume. Maybe I'm just reading into it a bit too much. But we see some conversations being had between Zari Joseph and Elroy Francis. No love lost, just reminding him that you bowled me a few bumpers during my innings, so you have to get it back in kind. But that's all a part of the game. That's all a part of the game. The rain seems to have passed, as by the advice of our local weatherman, Mr. Denmore Roberts. The rain has been going towards All Saints as opposed to over the grounds here. But back to our conversation, I mean, there would have been a higher quality of cricket back in the days. And I am starting to see a worrying trend with our school league cricket here in Antigua and Barbuda. I've seen some things that I'm not completely happy with, and the product that is being shown amongst school league children is kind of worrying for the future of cricket in Antigua and Barbuda. What say you?
So, is it that your teacher in the school system who deals with sport, that's your profession?
Well, I'm in and around the school sports. I'm in and around. I'm sort of in that profession, you know, but I'm just an outside observer at this point. And from previous generations gone, with the likes of Elroy Francis and Ishmael Peters, Jedediah Martin, Alzari Joseph, those batch of cricketers that has come through the National School Leagues competition, to see the caliber that we have produced so far, and to see where the current competition stands in the under-19 school league competition, it's worrying signs indeed.
So what you think we need? Some more coaches or some better coaches in the school system? What is it? What you think? Because my days of going school, I had the likes of John Archibald, who was the coach at my school, and he was pretty good, and I learned quite a lot from him. So I don't know what it is in the school system, or is it that the guys don't love the game as much? Because in order to learn and to move on, you have to love it as well.
Yeah, I mean, from what I would have seen, not to cut the conversation short, but Ishmael Peters has been reintroduced to the attack, taking over from Randall Boston, and he maybe would have gotten a wicket. A short ball from Ishmael Peters to Elroy Francis, and pull into the leg side. Almost a catch there by Damari Benter, but just not getting there in time, and it goes into the boundary, one bounce for 4. But from my observation...
with Benter there, if you can't catch it, you have to save it.
Agreed.
You can't miss the catch and still letting it go for 4.
Agreed.
That's some poor cricket.
As we would have seen back in the days, get your body behind the ball.
That's right.
As we see Ishmael Peters steaming in again for his second spell. And that's full. Straight. But seems to be going down the leg side. Umpire Bertel Baltimore has made his judgment. Ishmael Peters just letting his friend know, Elroy Francis, that, hey, I'm here. So don't get comfortable. Rushing into the front pad, a bit more pace from Ishmael Peters, you know, just hurrying him a bit. But from my observation of school league cricket currently, I think resources or the allocation thereof is lacking currently. I mean, your generation and my generation.
Resources like what?
Your generation and my generation, we grew up. Yes, correct. And we grew up being self-sufficient. And when I mean self-sufficient, we took it upon ourselves to learn how to fix pitches. We took it upon ourselves to learn how to roll wickets. We took it upon ourselves to come to practice and put in our own personal practice, do push-ups, run laps, do sit-ups. And I don't think that the current generation has that same drive, that same ferocity. And I don't think that they're getting the necessary help from the institution to encourage such behavior. So back in our days, we would be with the coach rolling the pitch because we want a good wicket to bat on. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, you're correct. But then, so you're telling me the younger players don't want a good pitch to play on?
I'm saying I don't think that they have been encouraged to take up all aspects of loving cricket, because I think the generation now only sees cricket through the lens of playing, not all its aspects. So training, physical conditioning, rolling the wickets.
But training is number one. If you want to be a cricketer, if you want to be a sportsman, if you want to be an athlete, training is number one.
Agreed.
Number one.
Agreed. But I think that the children nowadays, I mean, this is a different generation. You and I can agree that this is a different generation. They don't have that same drive to excel and put themselves into discomfort like we do. So we relished challenges. We liked the fight. We liked the competition. As we see Jedediah Martin bowling, coming in from the pavilion and changing bowling to Mari Benter off. and Jedediah Martin coming back for his second spell. So dual pace so far, maybe to change the pace, change the pacing of the game, you know, maybe something different, some variety. But this generation, I don't want to put them at fault. I don't think they are at fault, but I don't think the institution has been optimizing their resources to encourage these guys or to teach them just how all-encompassing cricket truly is. You know, I feel it's kind of, it's sad to see, because I would remember memories of parish league cricket and first class cricket in Antigua, that the teammates, the players, would be rolling wickets on Thursdays, rolling wickets on Fridays, wetting and grassing wickets so that they can have a good pitch on Saturday and Sunday. But it doesn't seem to compare now in school league cricket as much, that the school children seem to have that same drive or initiative to say to learn about these other aspects. Because I would have observed in my time that I've seen coaches call their players and want to teach them about rolling and fixing cricket pitches, and they don't show up. I've seen coaches call practice and say, come and learn this, and they don't show up. So
They're not interested. And if someone is not interested, how how can you go about working with them? It would be difficult to, you know, get them to see and understand exactly what you're saying.
agreed. I mean, it's on us. I mean, we need to encourage as much as we can, but we can only lead a horse to water. We can't force them to drink, as we see Michael Greaves working one into the leg side, sent back by Elroy Francis, only one run. Jedediah Martin, not express. I would say he's a dibble-dabbler of sorts.
Not express, but the length for Martin would be very important. You know, he has to keep that length uppish, because what he's trying to get done is to probably get an LBW, get something taking the edge and going down to the carden. That's the sort of deliveries he wants.
Forcing the issue is Elroy Francis,
That's
maybe
it.
becoming a bit impatient here, Elroy Francis, as he is trying to force this off of a back of a length through the offside. At the end of the over, Liberta Blackhawks quite comfortable right now, a partnership brewing. After 25 overs, Liberta Blackhawks 92 for 3. 3 short of a 50-run partnership between Elroy Francis and Michael Greaves. And at this time, I'm going to turn over to my partner in crime, Mr. Denmore Roberts.
Yes, and the Blackhawks are coming up very close to 100 runs. 92, 8 runs away from the 100 run. And with 3 wickets down, they're in a very good position here. And that's where you want to be. You know, there was a little bit of bother for them when they lost a few quick wickets, but they've recuperated and, you know, in a very good position now as we welcome Denmore Roberts.
92 for 3 PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks in the innings, playing against Caribbean Motorworks New Wintrops Lions. Good game going so far, good competition between bat and ball. It has been quiet but assured knock from Michael Greaves so far. He's faced some 40 odd deliveries. He's scored just 8 runs, but he's been there, looks assured, trying to get his eye in. And the score just creeps up. The deficit is less than 100 now. So just ticking away at that first innings lead. Here we see Peters in. A little bit of effort, you could hear it from this distance. Michael Greaves again just plays defensively. Has a very good solid technique that we've seen so far from Michael Greaves. Doesn't look overrode, and he could have been overrode earlier. I would when Alzari Joseph was peppering him. He had some quick deliveries that went either past his grill. Remember one that we think hit the top of his bat and went away. He could have succumbed to that, but he's still there. Faces now as Peters is in, and he's cutting beautifully past point for 4. Got on top of that one and cut it away past the man at point into the backward point boundary forward.
Yes, good shot there for Michael Graves. Short delivery outside the off stump, lots and lots of room, and the pace is not really up, so he had the time and he dispatched that, beautifully. Good shot.
Excellent shot there from Michael Graves. And Jack Matthew was just mentioning to me that we were having a discussion about batters, and he was saying he's never seen a batter make any runs in the pavilion. He needs to stay out there, he needs to stay batting, gets a short delivery, one that Gandhi says well over the top of his head, called wide by the umpire.
And that's not a bad decision there by the umpire. That you need a ladder to play that. So I don't see what's the problem. I don't see.
Michael is a pretty tall guy. He didn't even look. He
just stood up.
Literally stood his height. That one went a couple of feet well above his head. New chops don't seem very happy about it, but I think you're correct. It's a good call. Umpire Bertel. Baltimore, who has had a lot of the action today, come Baltimore. Here you watch it. This is Peters. Delivery angle towards the leg stump. Played defensively again by Michael Graves. Just on the back foot and working it out to that short mid-on region. No run. We continue to say good afternoon to the folks who are listening and watching to us on Facebook and on YouTube. We have folks who are watching us in the Virgin Islands, somebody in St. Martin, because we're no longer for this plane. Here, we have folks in the Virgin Islands, they're there. Folks in the US, England. There are fans of CMW New Chops and PIC Insurance, but the Blackhawks all over the world. No doubt, they are tuning in, supporting their side. They can always shoot us a message, let us know where you're watching or where you're taking the feed from. All of this driven good stuff on the follow through by Ishmael Peters, the bowler. And Ishmael Peters has been an improved player. Got an opportunity to play with the CCC, and then I think he got a couple of games, might have been at the Leeward Islands as well. And we've certainly seen him for Antigua. I think that his bowling has improved. And we'll see how the competition continues. He watches. This is Peters in. And Graves is on the back foot and forcing this one out into the offside field. It goes to the fielder straight at that backward point position. And there is no one. End of another over. At the end of it, the score has moved on to 97 for 3. PIC Insurance, the Blackhawks responding. CMW New Chop Lions is 1-8.
Yes, good going here by the Liberta Blackhawks. They're going, steadily, not the fastest of pace, but steadily, and not losing any wickets. So, I would say that Liberta is the team in front in the driver's seat at this time, at this particular junction of the game here.
A few minutes ago, there was a little bit of, I wouldn't even say controversy, a little bit of and I just love your thoughts on it. The umpires changed the ball when actually there was, according to what they're saying, there's nothing wrong with the ball, but it was wet.
That don't make no sense.
And so the Liberta had a little bit of a problem that the umpires were giving New Interest because they were saying that the ball was slipping.
No, if the ball was slipping, you get your rag.
That is all a part of it. And so there was a little bit of I should say, there was concern because the umpires were changing the ball and pretty much giving them a newer cherry to work with.
Well, that doesn't make any sense, because if it's wet, it's your duty to get it dry.
Just dry as
Yeah, yes.
Players walk with the rag, and
Of course.
seen it even in international. So I was a little bit surprised when I saw that. I don't know if you noticed that Karim Abu actually came down from the dressing room and had a
To God.
discussion with the match referee because of that situation. Because they are of the opinion that the ball is not damaged. It is just
So why change it? So
here we watch as who is this?
Martin.
Penny Feather
No, Martin. Jedediah Martin, yeah.
is back into the attack. You see Elroy Francis was also batted pretty well for PSC Insurance Blackhawk today. Playing that one hard into the offside field though, cannot score. I'll give you the scorecard so far for the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks, and I think the best thing that has happened to the ABC recently, I wrote, is the app. This is absolutely wonderful. Here is this delivery that is driven into the offside field, and there's no running because what the app does is that it keeps me sounding like I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Kobe James
that's good.
was caught the Maribent of Ishmael Peters for 26. Brent Joseph was caught Richardson of Alzari Joseph for 8. Kareem Agbour was caught Jedediah Martin of Alzari Joseph for 6. And of course, Michael Gates is not out on 12, Elroy Francis is not out on 33. And you see, I'm giving the ABC credit for the app, and I'm still being harassed by
Well, it seems as if the president of the ABCA is not pleased with your statement.
I'm not saying this is the only good thing. I say it's the best thing. But I just said it's the best thing. It's the best thing. Not the only good thing that has happened, but it's the best thing. And I personally believe too that like the school league and others should have taken advantage. I remember that I saw the Leeward Islands tournament on the app. We saw the under 15 on the app. We were able, and I think that shouldn't have cricket being played in Antigua and it's not using the app. But that's a different argument. Here is another good delivery by Jedediah Martin. Played into the outside field.
Yes, Denmo. And now that the president is here, look, just listening to us for a little bit. As I mentioned before, I think going forward, maybe next year or the other year to come, we should have at least one game every weekend being broadcast. If it's not on ABS, even on the social media, that's okay. A lot of people use social media.
I agree with you, and I'm certainly hoping that Kuma Rodney is listening to it, and that certainly next year he will put things in place. And I should tell you, Jack Matthew is now retired, so he's available. And once Jack is available, then Mo will be available.
And anytime they call me, I'm available as well. Just give me a little heads up.
You know, that once we're doing commentary, I send to call you as well. Take you out of the ice house that you have up there and bring you out so we can see you. And I'm told that the next president of the Cricket Association will make sure that happens. So
The next
president. So we don't know who that
Oh,
will be.
okay.
But whoever takes up that post, if it's somebody that's returned or a new president, that's an idea that has been floated, and I'm sure that they're listening, so no doubt. But I do like the idea. I really feel so, and I feel that in Antigua and Barbuda we have the ability. We have the Parish League network that is available outside of
Right.
the
And even if the ACA don't get it in order, they could speak with the parish league organizers and try to incorporate something into the first class competition.
sponsors
Yeah.
to get it done, so it doesn't have a direct toll on the ABCA's budget.
Correct.
And we can get it done. And even this setup that we have here with Wayne Marriott and his crew, I think that we have the ability in Antigua and Barbuda. And you see, Wayne has not pulled out all the stops because I've seen him do replay and those kind of things, and he has the ability to. He's just
And if you give him that sort of resources to work with, he will improve.
Definitely. So 97 for 3. Is that Alzari Joseph coming back from the northern end? So the Bishop's Lions, they've made a change. They're bringing back Alzari Joseph, this time from the northern end, the police station at his back. His first delivery. He's calling that one. Looked a bit angled down the leg side. The batsman was looking to whip it away. A belated appeal from Alzari Joseph, I thought. Just from the angle of that delivery. Looked to have been probably angled down the leg side. We don't have the ability to look at it again, so we'll have to go with vertical.
Yeah, but based on the angle of the delivery and where the delivery went after it struck the pads, you know, you tend to want to believe that it was going in that angle, going down. Where it ended up.
The leg side.
The leg side.
Pitch. Zari Joseph is back to his mark. He looks a little bit disappointed, but he's going to have to continue the work here. He rushes in and bowls a delivery that is driven beautifully through the offside by Michael Graves, and it hits the fence now, and that's 4. So just leaning forward on it and pushing it through the offside past that fielder at extra cover, and it picked up speed as it went over the outfield and into that extra cover boundary, and he picked up 4.
Yes, a very beautiful shot there by Graves. Pitched up, and you know, Graves leaned on that one and through the extra cover region. A beautiful shot there for 4 runs. I think the extra cover is a bit too close. The extra cover is a bit too close at this particular time. He needs to push back a bit, give himself a little bit of time. And as I speak, you see him just doing that there.
So, thank you for those folks that have been following us. Here is another delivery that is going down once more. Zari Joseph was the only person on the field that was interested in that one. Michael Graves just walking away to the leg side, probably just struck on that soft spot, you know, that little spot above the knee.
Just above the knee. Because
Yep.
that's the indication that the umpire
is
gave.
given,
Umpire
yes.
was telling me was a bit too high.
Too high, a little bit high.
Yeah. Your line looks good, but your height wasn't.
Alzari Joseph still trying to dislodge Michael Graves, and Graves, you tend to think that he's going to have to really battle this afternoon to stay tuned. And some folks were telling me that my mic almost sound muted. I accidentally turned my mic down. So it's
Well, you don't want them to hear you?
I don't know why, but I am back up and running. I hope that this is better. Here is another delivery,
Oh my God.
and again hitting Michael Graves about that same spot. He seems to be struggling. He probably just needs a little bit of a talking to now. Elroy Francis is doing the right thing, calling him down. Probably have a word. If I was Michael Graves, what I would do, I would literally just call the physio as well, just to get some spray on my head, because you know, just to make sure that I'm still focusing a lot better.
And another thing with that is to just try and disrupt Alzari with that particular line and length, because he would have you know, hit that length twice now, back to back.
And we were just talking about the ability to do replays, and we have our provider just showing us what can happen. But again, we
Talk a bit too much.
yeah.
there,
As
then
soon
we'll
as
cut us off.
I spoke, the screen goes blank. As Zari Joseph is in once more, here is he in, and Graves gets behind a short of a length delivery that's rising, playing it into the offside field, and there is no run. So end of another over. 101 for 3 is the total score. PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks, they are coming up against CMW New Winchops Lions, and we told Caribbean Motorworks, New Winchops Lions, and People's Insurance Company Limited, Liberta Blackhawks. So
Yes. The Liberta Blackhawks would have just passed the 100 mark, the 101 Yeah, and going along quite smoothly. You know, they need to the New Winchop Lions. They need to get a wicket very soon in order to stop Liberta Blackhawks from moving the way they're moving. Slow them down a bit.
Yep, certainly.
Because if you don't, you may just find yourself in 2-1. You're looking at 2-1 in your eyes.
Yep, certainly. So, Elroy Francis and Michael Graves at the crease for PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks. Here we watch as Martin is in to Francis, who plays defensively. Just the ball leaving the bat and coming up to that mid-off fielder, and there is no run. Francis is on 33 or 57, and Graves is on 16 or 57. But he wouldn't be worried about the ball, the fact that he's still there, just trying to put together an innings. And somebody is saying that they're watching from Green Valley, where you can get the best local eggs. We'll have to send him a bill after for that free advertisement that he tried to get. Here is this delivery that is cut away down to the third man region. He's going to get a boundary, does Elroy Francis. It was wide of the off stump and asked to be hit, and hit away down past that backward point position and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, a poor delivery there from Jedediah Martin, just releasing the pressure there and just allowing the batsman to score freely. Here's it, you have a extra cover, a mid-off, and you're bowling back of the length. You should be pitching up, even if the batsman drive you for 4, that's okay.
Sometimes you wonder if the captains and the bowlers are on the same page when it comes to field placement.
Correct.
Because the bowlers don't seem to bowl to their field. Here is this one that is played away, almost hitting it to that lone man out on the boundary. And I hate to see when players play that kind of shot. You're either hitting it hard or you're not hitting it at all. That little dab stroke that he played there is, for me, risky.
Yeah, I think the fielder should have done a better job there, because that was in the air
for quite
a pretty
while,
long time. And even though he ran in and then he stood up, and the ball still took a long time before it fell to the ground.
Correct.
So why not continue running in?
Correct. The effort there. Here is Graves driving. The ball left the bat uppishly, but past that man at short. Extra cover out to the mid-off fielder. No run.
That's the length that Jedediah should be bowling.
That's the field that he has.
That's the field he has. So that's the length and line you should be bowling. Perfect. Ask the batsman to come forward. Ask the batsman to drive down the ground. That's the sort of pace you have.
Here we watch as this is Martin in, and this one again is cut away backward of point and down to the boundary for 4. Again, a short of a length delivery, not bowling to the field that he has, and literally a free hit for Michael Graves, as he was just able to force that one past the backward point region and down to the boundary for 4.
Another poor delivery there from Jedediah Martin. Uppish, and then back of a length, and back of the length is where you're giving away the run. So why not stay uppish? Not a bad delivery there. So it's for Jedediah and the New Winchops team to get themselves together and, be on the same page as you would have mentioned, if the captain and the bowler on the same page. Sometimes we're out here wondering if both are on the same page, because one setting a field and one bowling opposite to the field is like there's no coordination.
So the partnership continues. It's about 60 or so, or 65. Let me just check and make the last wicket fell at 45, and the score now is 110. So we do the quick maths. 65. Yes. See, my brain is still working. My math teacher must be so happy to figure out that. He didn't more just call that one from his brain, but 65 is the partnership, and it's a good partnership for Liberty. It reminded us of the partnership between Alzari Joseph and first with Tyrone Williams Jr. and then
Ishmael
with
Peters.
Ishmael Peters. where they made a difference. 110 for 3, the Liberta Blackhawks, and they're going to want to continue. Pretty much we have, how many overs have been bowled? Yes. In the total game, in the game. All right, we're just trying to see how many overs we probably have left in the day's play. So 69. So we still have a fair bit of overs to go. 20 odd. But I think we play until 5:30 if there is no more rain.
25 more minutes.
Yep. Or 25 more minutes or so. And here is another, not ill-directed delivery. It's an ill-directed delivery that is angled down the leg side. Good tumbling save by Bartlett Henry behind the stumps. No run. End another over. The end of it. Over number 29. PIC Insurance, Liberta Blackhawks. They're 110 for 3. Elroy Francis has moved on to 38. And Michael Graves is on 20.
Yes, I think every player playing in this final, every time they get an opportunity, is an opportunity for them to shine. It's an opportunity for you to try and move on to the other level based on your performance, you know. So these guys should always be aiming to perform top level performance.
Top level.
The more you practice to perform at top level, when you play at the top level, it's easy because you would have been practicing this all the time.
Alzari Joseph is in and he's striking Elroy Francis on the pad and he's given out leg before. So with a full pitch delivery from Alzari Joseph, and Elroy Francis was looking to play it on the onside. The ball cannoned into his pad. He felt that it was going down. The umpire doesn't agree, and Bertel Baltimore raises that index finger. The 4th wicket has gone down for 110 for Liberta Blackhawks, and the partnership between Elroy Francis Jr. and Graves has been broken by Alzari Joseph, and we see Rakeem Cornwall going in the wicket for Liberta Blackhawks.
Yes, that was a good delivery there from Alzari Joseph. I think Francis just missed that one. You know, I think he missed that. He played across the line and he missed it, and there was no question about that. That seems to
Once
be
he missed that one,
delivery.
I figured that the umpire was going to give him.
Yes, very straight delivery, and it was a uppish delivery, pitched up delivery, so he wasn't going over the stump. So I have no problem with that that decision.
Yep. So LBW decision given by umpire Bertel Baltimore. Umpire that we've been saying that has had most of the action today. He's been apart, and Elroy Francis making 38 of 60 deliveries. He had 4 fours and a 6 in his innings, and it's going to bring Rakeem Cornwall to the crease. And Cornwall, who was not really batted much for the season for PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks last week, he had a little spell at the crease. I think he made 46 runs in that innings, and he took his time about it. Wasn't the Rakeem Cornwall-esque batting that we're normally accustomed to seeing him smashing the ball all over. It was a composed innings. Let's see how he gets on today. Alzari Joseph will have other ideas though. Joseph is in to Cornwall, and he gets a short delivery that he just stands up, allows it to take him on the body. Ball falls away into the offside field, and there is no run.
That's a tough one to take on the body there, Denmore. That's a lot of pace there, and I'm not gonna tell you I'm gonna stand up and take any of those. I don't want a problem. I don't want a part of that hitting me. I'm not into that.
So Joseph is now sending the man from slip down to third man, and he wants him to go 3/4 ways to the boundary, almost like a fly slip, as they would call it.
Yes.
Here we watch as he's in to bowl to Cornwall, and Cornwall is standing tall and just playing this one quietly into the point region, and there is no run.
Yes,
So Raheem
good-
Cornwall.
good
Yeah,
competition
there's good
here.
competition between
right.
two top players, two players who would have played at the very top level. Raheem Cornwall playing for the West Indies as an all-rounder, and Alzari Joseph, the West Indies fast bowler. And some of us think that
And he would have been vice captain for some time as well in
the Leeward
recent
Islands.
times.
Yep. Alzari Joseph. So he's been there about. Here is he bowling. Quick delivery. Raheem Cornwall just swayed inside, allowed that one to go past him into the gloves of Ishmael Peters, and there's no run. Still good to see Alzari Joseph working up some pace this late in the afternoon. It's 2 minutes after 5 p.m. and light is fading. So it's
2 minutes and more. What's the clock down there saying?
no, that clock there is Kenny Benjamin's clock. You'd never watch it.
Oh, so
You never look at that clock
you're
there.
saying Kenny Benjamin don't do nothing on proper timing?
Kenny Benjamin don't do anything with proper timing. So you don't look at that clock. You don't look at that clock down there at all, or you're going to be confused.
Because I was watching that
No,
clock.
no. You have to look at your wrist or watch my clock. If you look at Kenny Benjamin's clock, you're going to be confused.
Lead us astray.
Yeah, you're going to be about 7 minutes behind.
I'll have to speak to him.
Yeah. Many of us have spoken to him, but he's comfortable with
Okay.
it being 7 minutes above. Cornwall gets a Yorker length delivery, digs it out, and will get his first run as he just takes 4, 5, 6 steps. He ambles down the pitch, and one more to the total, 111. Total goes up 111 for 4.
Well, they say usually, the Nelsons
That's the
bring
Nelson.
wickets.
Yep. So
Let's see if that's true.
Graves comes in to strike. He's on 20 of 60 deliveries, so he's been there for a while. We've seen him have a little bit of a problem with Alzari Joseph and his space, but he's been able to survive. He's still there. A slip and a gully in place as Graves gets a delivery that he's just coming down quietly on and working it into the offside field to that fielder at cover, and there is no run. Brings up the end of another over. At the end of it, the score has moved on to 111 for 4. Alzari Joseph, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 3 wickets so far, and he would add that to his 97 runs. He would think that he's been having a good day.
Yes, a very good game here for Alzari Joseph. I really think he should have gotten that 100 because he played well,
Yeah.
for his 90 odd runs, and I
Thought
just
right at the end because we thought that he had all the space to get it, and falling across his wicket to try and get it on the onside right at the end and getting out leg before wicket right there. A little bit of anticlimactic. I really wanted him.
Yeah, I
to get the
think it
100.
was a premeditated shot.
Yes.
After he looked in the onside and realized there was a lot of space in the onside, he decided, well, I'm going to go across.
to
You're
get it
bowling
there.
pretty straight. I'm
Yep.
going to go across and try to work in and onside and try to get that boundary to bring up my century. But
And then just missing the ball
missing
at that
it,
time.
missing
that
it.
caused. So
But I think he was back in the way he was seeing the ball because it seems as if he was seeing it very big,
he was.
So-
Listen, he played absolutely beautifully.
Right.
Some of the cleanest hitting I've seen in a very long time. I'm going to remember that innings for quite a while because you remember the one that he hit is after Kareem
Down
Agor.
into the bushes, yes.
Yeah, because
And they said that gone to the island.
Yeah, Ailey used to live in those bushes across there. And but when the story is told later on to Kareem Agor, we're going to say when it reached Ailey, it was still rising.
Oh my goodness.
Here we watch as this is a delivery that is swept away by Raheem Cornwall down to the boundary for 4. Outside the line of the leg stump. Who is that? Randall Boston.
Boston, yes.
And Cornwall just coming across his wicket and sweeping it, getting full bat onto it. The ball raced away down to the final leg boundary for 4 runs.
Yes, Rakim Cornwall just getting bat onto that particular delivery. That was a delivery down the onside, a line down the onside. So it was very easy for Rakim Cornwall. He didn't even swing or anything. He just put the bat there just to connect, and that was it. That end result was 4 runs.
Yep, just picking that the ball was outside of his leg stump and was able to get it away. Here was he driving positively out to the long on region, walks through for the single. So he's quickly on to 6 runs, and the total has moved on to 116 for 4. So Boston is going to bowl to Graves. And Graves gets a delivery that he's working it again into the onside field. They come through, gets an easy single. And one more to the total. Last week, in the first innings, Rakim Cornwall got 47 of 64 deliveries, and he had only 3 fours and a 6. 18 of the 47 runs came off boundaries, which means he ran a lot of singles in that innings last week. And no doubt the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks will be hoping for a similar innings from him, a responsible innings that has runs. But Boston has other ideas. Here is Boston in, and a quicker delivery. Cornwall just pushing at that one, the ball peeling off the edge of the bat, going to that man at point. No run. Randall Boston has done a good job for CMW New Wintraps. And here is Cornwall driving up on the onside. The field at that short mid-on position comes into play, no run. The end of another over, 117 for 431 overs. But it's more time that they're playing for, because I think that if they are not able to get in the number of overs, they play until a maximum of 5:30 p.m. on the day. So by Kenny Benjamin's watch, it's saying about 13 minutes to go, but you add 7 to that, it's about 20 minutes to go in the day's play.
I'm going to really have to have a talk with Kenny.
Yeah, you need to have a talk with Kenny.
We as commentators, we are looking at the scoreboard all the time, and if it's misleading information over there.
So now, if you notice, when I say the score, I look at the scorer. The official scorer, as I can't take chance with Kenny Benjamin and his numbers.
I'll have a talk with him.
You must do, but it's good. It's a good day. I'm happy, and I hope that the folks from New Wintraps, they should give me a wave, because we want to say good afternoon and happy to see them out in their numbers today. I hope that they walked with their device and they're listening to us. Because it's good to see them out in their numbers, and all the folks who have come out to support the game today. As Alzari Joseph starts another over, Graves gets a good delivery, plays it defensively into the offside field, no run. And what is good about the New Wintraps people, but I will tell them tomorrow they need to leave home the food and buy from the bar, the snack at downstairs.
Do they have food over there?
They walk with food, and I'm hearing that they have some good cooked food over in that direction over there. If you notice, right over where we're looking now, you see that creamish bag? They say that's the bag that you want to get into. That's where the food is kept.
Oh, lots of goodies.
That's a goodies in that bag there. That's the set they say that you have to keep your eye on.
Okay.
Here we watch as Alzari Joseph is in. Short of a length delivery. Michael Graves gets on top of it, plays it into the offside field. And again, there is no run. And so, for the moment, there is no threat of rain. The rain, like I told you, in that direction when we see it come. We're not as scared because that one tends to drift, go in towards the All Saints, St. John's region. But once we look over my right shoulder here, and that is the area there, coming over Bethesda, we know once...
What you call that hill? Monks Hill?
Yep, once it's coming over Monks Hill, side there coming from Bethesda, that's when we get scared here in terms of the rainfall coming.
Okay.
Alzari Joseph is going to continue. He's had a good day so far, 3 wickets in his bowling spells. Here is he with another short delivery. Michael was between two minds, taking evasive action and still playing it with the bat. Raheem Cornwall just came down to him and said it's one or the other. You either ducking or you're playing. Can't do both at the same time. But he's still there. And that's the right thing. Cornwall has just decided I'm going to just call him down, have a chat with him, just eat up a couple of seconds, make sure that I get him in the frame of mind to get to the end of the day's play. Probably 15 minutes or so, maybe 2 or so more overs from Alzari Joseph to survive. And if he's able to do that, then he'd be in a good stead and be able to come back tomorrow morning and first order of duty try to continue his innings. Here we watch as Alzari Joseph is into him.
Gone!
He's just sent the man right there, and he's looking at that one, and he's caught at that leg slip position. He just moved the man to that position there, and Graves fell for the trap. Good catch taken by Dimari Benta at that short leg slip position, and Michael Graves walks back to the pavilion. He's gone. Liberta losing, what is it, their 5th wicket?
5th wicket.
They're now 117 for 5.
Not the greatest of deliveries, but the plan worked. The plan worked. He just moved Benta from backward of square into that leg slip region. And Benta was signaling into him, where you want me? You want me a little to the left or you want me a little to the right?
He said to him, stay right there.
And he said, stay right there.
Leg slip.
And it was history.
Yep. The ball
beautiful catch.
Beautiful catch. It was low down and he got both hands to it and took a beautiful catch to dismiss Graves. And so Graves is back in the pavilion. Caught Dimari Benta of Alzari Joseph. They're now 117 for 5. And Tariq Charles comes to the crease. And Tariq Charles, as you know, is my son.
Your son?
He's my godson, but his father died. His father died, so and you know when that is dead, so I'm in charge now. He's officially my son.
Because when you say son, I was saying Charles and Roberts.
But I am actually a Charles, my mom is a Charles.
Oh,
yep.
Okay. I didn't know that.
His dad is actually my mom's nephew.
Oh.
But he drowned off Shirley Heights a couple of years ago.
Yes, I heard about that tragic.
And so that was a tragic situation for our family. And so young Tariq Charles, who I'm actually his official godfather, so I call him my son. Here is he facing up to Alzari Joseph, and he plays defensively into the offside field, and there's no run. And for those folks who might not know who he is, he's Mohammed Charles, who we are still missing. Mohammed Charles' grandson. That's who he is, and he's also Raheem Cornwall's nephew. So it's uncle and nephew at the crease. Raheem Cornwall's sister is his mother. We call her Nikki Cornwall. And if you know the great Winer, as we would call him, Winer is also his grandfather in the situation. So
a lot of cricket in
his family. Mother and father's side, yes. Let's see how he fares as he faces up to Alzari Joseph, and he's driving at one outside the line of the off stump, the ball going past the bat and into the gloves of the wicket keeper, and there is no run. So 4 wickets for Alzari Joseph so far, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 16 runs, 2 wickets, and he has an economy rate of 1.6, so he's really putting on a show here, Alzari Joseph. making 97 with the bat, and now coming back and bowling a really good spell for his team, CMW New Winthrops. They made 183 all out after being 41 for 5, but a rearguard action from Alzari Joseph. He got 97. Tyrone Williams gave him some support with 46. Ishmael Peters only made 12, but he was there for a little bit with Alzari Joseph, as Alzari Joseph went in an onslaught on this, especially the spin bowling for the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks team. So Alzari Joseph having a good game so far in this match. Cornwall faces as Boston is in. Delivery is driven up on the inside, no run. So Randall Boston.
Game is back in the even Stevens.
Yes, it's back in the even Stevens.
417.
Here we watch as Cornwall just eases forward, plays this one quietly into the offside field. Benter does the feeling at that short extra cover position, and there's no run.
They would want to keep Raheem Cornwall on strike, so they would get a full over at Charles.
Here we watch as Cornwall is on the back foot and forcing this one away. Boston fields to his own bowling, and there is no run. The applause go up from the CMW New Winthrops fans. Here we watch as here is this delivery again, driven by Cornwall, knocked down by Boston, the ball going behind of him, but no chance of a run.
Raheem Cornwall seems to have lost a little bit of weight from the last time I would have seen him.
Here is this delivery outside the line of the leg stump again, trying to play that sweep shot. Cornwall, the ball going into his pads.
Because usually Denmore, the shirt usually a bit tight.
Oh,
it's a bit slack.
Well, it's either that he has lost weight or he's adjusted the shirt. Here is this delivery that he's driving out into the mid-wicket region, as we see rainbow forming in the distance just to add some color to the atmosphere. At the end of the over, Cornwall retains the strike. He is not out on 70. Week Charles yet to score 118 for 5 as we look to wind the things down. By my watch, just about 11 minutes to go in the day's play. It's been a good day in terms of the way that the game has ebbed and flowed. At one time, Liberta looked as if they were on top, but then they didn't really squeeze the neck of CMW New Winthrops. I felt probably Kareem Ago allowed them to get away a little bit with some of his tactics, his field placements, and maybe didn't get it right. I remember you guys were calling for certain things at some time. Alzari Joseph comes in to Raheem Cornwall, who is flicking this one out into the onside field, and they take the single. I think that's what New Winthrops was trying to do, get Tyreek Charles on strike.
Correct.
But Raheem Cornwall has shown full confidence in the youngster, Tyreek Charles. He has either 1 or 2 centuries already in two-day cricket in his career, in his young career. Not this season, but he's batted before and has gotten to the 3-figure mark. So he's no slouch with the bat. Probably lacking a little bit of confidence this season. I know that he is right at the top of the innings, and I will tell you what my opinion is, but you know they're going to say that's a fatherly opinion. Here is he getting a short delivery from Alzari Joseph. He's ducking under that one, allowing it to go into the gloves of wicketkeeper behind the stump, and there is no run.
Yes,
my personal opinion is that he should be allowed to open the batting, because that's what he wants to do.
Who were the openers for Liberta?
Well, Brent Joseph and Kofi James has been opening the batting for this season. I personally would bat Kofi at 3. for Liberta and allow
so
himself
you-
and
so you
Brent
would push
Joseph.
the number 3 down to 4. So everyone would go a slot
Everybody
down.
would go a slot down and allow him to come at the top of the innings where he's more comfortable, because he is very comfortable against space, and that's what he likes to face. And he has a pretty solid technique when he's unsung, when he's in good form. And I think as a youngster, that's where you would want to encourage him so he stays interested in the game, stays doing what he likes. And I'm saying that at this stage of Kofi James's career, batting a 3 for your club is not going to affect you being an open bat for at the other stage. So that would have been my option, but Coach Ajani
batting
Frederick
a 3 is like a
is the
open
same
bats,
like open bat.
you know, because the open bats could get 1 ball.
Yep. So I would say 3. Here is the ball going past the wicket keeper for buys and down to the boundary for 4. So it's a wayward delivery down the leg side. There's a little bit of a lazy move across from the wicket keeper Bartlett Henry and down to the boundary for 4. And that has been one of my criticism of Henry last season. I think that I thought, and I still think, that he didn't work hard enough on his glove work. His batting was good last season, but I felt that he was a little bit of a liability with the glove.
And didn't he made it?
He made it to the national
The
team.
national team debut.
Yep.
Last
Yes,
season.
he did. But my personal opinion, I know that he would have, based on how he batted, he should have been selected, yeah?
But maybe not as the wicket keeper.
Not at the wicket as the wicket keeper, but because I felt that his glove work has always been suspect for me. Not the best we've seen with the gloves on. So I think that, at the national level, you want somebody who is a lot better, a lot tidier with the gloves on than how he operates at time. So
you think at this stage Antigua and Barbuda has the best wicket keeper that we have here in Antigua as the wicket keeper for the national team?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the best wicket keeper that we have at the time is still Damari Benter. Darren Benter, sorry. Darren. And for some reason, he's not being selected, right? But I still think that he's the best with the gloves on, and we know that he can bat. So I still think that if he's available and interested, he still should be the number 1 person with the gloves on. I know that folks are trying to put Joel Andrew into the picture. Now we have Tannis Francis coming in as well, and take nothing away from Joshua Thomas in terms of when he has the glove on. He's pretty decent too behind the stump. So I feel that if there was a situation of making the national team and so on, those should be the names that are involved. But in terms of the number of runs that Bartlett Henry would have scored last season, he should have been at least in the frame in terms of for the batting, because he was the number 1 batter. I think he got 500 odd runs. So we can't take that away from him. Cornwall facing another over from Boston. 123 for 5 is the total. And this might be maybe one more after this one in terms of the number of overs to go in the day's play. Cornwall gets a delivery that is forward and playing quietly into the onside field. No run. So 4 deliveries to go in this over, and Cornwall just trying his best to make sure that he makes sure that this is the last over. He's having a problem with somebody moving behind the arm of the bowler. I think it might even be the match referee.
That's right, correct. He should have known better.
And we just saw him realizing that I am the one that was standing in the bowler's arm, and he dashed out of the way.
A former international umpire.
Certainly. Clancy Mack. Cornwall really making sure that this is the last over. He's called down Tariq Charles, and he said to him, "I really have nothing to say to you, but
he's on strike. So what he's calling to say?
He's just saying, I have nothing to say to you, but this is going to be the last over by any stretch of the imagination. I am going to make sure this time gets down to 5:30, whether they like it or not." Maybe is he getting one that he's just turning it away out to the square leg region, walks through for a single. So it will give Tariq Charles an opportunity to come on to strike. He'll have what? Just one delivery to go in the over? Yeah. Yes, just one delivery to face in this over. And
chicks of the trade, you would call that then?
Yes,
chicks of the trade.
Understanding what the, being aware.
The task at hand.
Being aware of the situation at hand.
Correct.
And making sure. See him now calling down Tariq Charles again. He says, "Listen."
No, I understand. He's calling someone because he's a non-striker.
Yes. But he's just making sure that Tariq Charles is on the same page as he is to make sure, look, it's just one delivery after face from this guy. Just see it out. Just see it out.
Yes.
And you should be okay.
It's like playing basketball and you're 1 point behind and you get a free throw and you just hit it to the blackboard and get it.
Just to make sure that you can get two. Charles gets a delivery that is right up to him, plays it quietly into the offside field. There's no run. Scorer, you're one ball ahead. Now 5. So the scorer says that I am the one that is ahead.
Wow.
Here is Tariq Charles just driving that one hard over the extra cover region for 4. So even though it was at the end of the day, the day's play, Boston tried to flight one to him just to see what he would do, and Charles, being youthful mindset, smashed it over the extra cover region for 4. So the end of the day's play, Liberta Blackhawks has ended on 128 for 5. 128 for 5, is that what, 55 runs behind? If my brain is working well, of course. Our very, very astute scorer will tell me in a very short while. I see her carrying the one right now just to make sure that, yes, so I am correct. Let me give you the Liberta Blackhawks scorecard in reply so far. Kofi James caught Demari Bentoff Ishmael Peters for 26. Brett Joseph caught Richardson of Aljari Joseph for 8. Michael Graves caught Demari Benta. Very good catch at leg slip off Alzari Joseph for 21. Karima Gore caught Jedediah Martin off Alzari Joseph for 6. Elroy Francis LBW Alzari Joseph for 38. Raheem Cornwall ends the day not out on 9. And Tariq Charles ends the day not out on 4. 128 for 5. 16 extras, 10 buys, 4 leg buys, a no ball and a wide. And still to come, we see Joshua Thomas, Gio Benjamin, Javier Spencer, and Shamiko Langiford. And the New Winchops Lions would hope that they can get those 5 wickets tomorrow morning before the PIC Insurance Liberta Blackhawks get the remaining 55 runs that is needed. Azari Joseph, 11 overs, 2 maiden, 17 runs, 4 wickets. Good bowling from him. Jedediah Martin, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 28 runs, no wicket. Ishmael Peters, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, 1 wicket. Demari Benta, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs, no wicket. Cameron Pennyfeather, 3 overs for 15 runs. And Randall Boston's 4 overs cost him 15 runs. Your final thoughts as we end the day's play, Woods Martin?
Yes, not a bad day of cricket here. You know, it's the finals here. The 2 best teams in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association 2-day competition, you know, putting on a show here to see who is the best, you know, and so far it's going good. Firstly, when New Winchops batted, they would have desired a little bit more runs than 180, maybe a 250 runs or so. They would, you know, feel more comfortable with that total, you know, and putting up a very good fight, you know. But however it is, it's runs on the board, you know, it's runs on the board, and you know they have given a good account of themselves for the amount of runs that they have on the board. And I'm expecting, you know, a big game to continue tomorrow. It won't be easy, you know, because the first game that Liberta and New Winchops would have played in the preliminary rounds, the Liberta Blackhawks
was leading what, 10 runs?
Yes. Yes.
And then they eventually bowled out New Winchops in the second innings and was able to go on for victory.
That's right.
Still a long way to go because we start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning here at Ball Beef, rain permitting. And so we just want to say, do join us tomorrow morning for more coverage of this ABCA 2-day finals. On behalf of Jack Matthew, Juari Edwards, Anthony Iwoods Martin, and Asha Murray Cornelius, I am Denmo Roberts saying on behalf of all of us here, and technical direction by Wayne Marriott, we say see you tomorrow morning at 10 for more coverage of the ABCA 2-day tournament. Honors even at the end of day 1. Good night.